First ever FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup here in Malaysia. The juniors, Sima Matoda of Japan, pole position after an incredibly close session. 0.08 of a second separated many drivers, but you were able to put it on top. Congratulations. Tell us, how are you feeling after an incredible qualifying session?
I'm so happy, and I'm first time the CIK FIA Karting pole position, so little bit nervous.
Well, it's an incredible job. You've got the qualifying heats today as well. But tell us, how is it feeling out there temperature-wise? It's very hot. It's early in the morning, but it's already nearly 30 degrees, and the humidity is very high. But how are you going to cope with the weather this weekend?
I like the hot, and also Japan now it's cold, but some long time the hot, so yeah. And
well,
I want the weather is I want to rain.
Yeah.
So
You're hoping for some rain. Yeah. Well, I think around 2 o'clock today you might get some of that. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you. But you're on pole position. Congratulations. We'll see you on there on the front of the grid. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, the senior class here for the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup in Malaysia sees Zach Tucker on pole position from New Zealand. Zach, incredible drive for you there. Tell us your thoughts from the track and how is it feeling out there, because it looked pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a really cool track. I'm really enjoying it. I really like the chicane bit. That's probably my favourite part of it. And yeah, it was really cool.
It's a very technical circuit, as you mentioned, though. Not a lot of rest time. You've got a long run down that start-finish straight. Turns 1 and 2's, I think, pretty much flat out for you, isn't it, until that first braking zone. But from that point onwards, it's such a physical lap. Tell us, how is it going to feel when you're out there for the racing?
Yeah, it's very high speed, so it will definitely be quite physical. In the practices, I was getting a bit of arm pump. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes in the races, but it should be real cool. What's
the plan now between now and that first qualifying heat? You're going to rest, hydrate, get ready, or are you going to just run around?
No, definitely try save some energy, drink lots of water, and just, yeah, try stay cool and calm and collected.
Lovely. Well, congratulations on the pole. We'll see you on the front of those grids. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Christensen go for row number 2. They'll see the likes of Christian Zedersen of Denmark and representative from South Africa, Jan Rodriguez of Portugal, and Rami Guzmez from the Dominican Republic going from row number 9. Nadal Imjapanya from Thailand going alongside Kian Shah of India. They lock out the top 20 on row number 10. They'll see Matis Mush from Luxembourg and David Konkas from Croatia on row number 11. Samuel Hamiltonian goes from row number 12 from Armenia alongside Hungary's Marcus Pap. You'll then see Mato Roger Madison and Li Yuchen on the 13th row of the grid. 26 karts in this one for the first qualifying heat. This is Groups B versus C. We will see the likes of 3 rotations over the course of the day, which of course start on Groups B and C. It will go to A and D next for both juniors and seniors. We then have a small break. We're then back for Groups B versus D. A versus C then. We then go for another small break to the final race of the day, which will see Groups C and D, A versus B as well. The fastest groups will qualify, go from there. Now, they were supposed to be starting on that one, I do believe, and they've gone around again. So, yeah, Pasquale Lovely, who's on the gantry race director this weekend for the FIA, Not too happy there. I can see his reaction from my commentary box position. But like we say, we'll go round again. We'll see if we can get a... Many of you watching from around the world, you may be noticing, you know, what is this? This is not the European Championship. This is not the Academy Trophy. This is not the World. No, this is a brand new concept, the Arrive and Drive World Cup. This one here really is a trendsetter for around the world. All these drivers from multiple different nations, 107 entries, of course, all vying with their own mechanics, everything like that, but bring along the equipment provided by OTK. Vortex here with the engines as well have provided an amazing package for the drivers here this weekend in Malaysia for the inaugural Arrive and Drive World Cup. And I have to say, from what I've seen from around the paddock, the atmosphere here in Malaysia at the fabulous LYL Circuit just outside the... Be any higher. Field here looks pretty set now for groups B versus C. They did go for an extra formation lap, but let's see what happens this time around. This year's FIA Academy Trophy Junior winner. He won that at Cremona earlier on this year. Starting on the front row of the grid, Andrea Gamberti of Italy, starting alongside them as they make their way into the tram lines. Will it be lights out? We'll have to wait and see. It's an early in the 128 machine. Now Hart here is going to try and go on the attack for the Finn. But Venturata already communicating, has been saying, right, come on, push. Let's go, let's try and break away. Galamberti is still there, but he is there in third place, so he's going to need to try and close in on this one. 8 laps for these drivers, of course, over this one. 10 laps for the seniors in this qualifying heat phase. And already we're starting to see some good jumps. Still there, but he is there in third place, so he's going to need to try and close in on this one. 8 laps for these drivers, of course, over this one. 10 laps for the seniors in this qualifying heat phase. And already we're starting to see some good jumps through the field. Ferguson's had a good start on this one. 2 places gained. Renker as well. 3 places gained on this one. Going to try and go on the attack, still there, but he is there. Of keeping with Venturata. Galamberti as well still has closed in. It's only 0.6 of a second rounding out those top 3. The battle just behind. He's Bertie down the inside at T20. The lap, you will be okay. Branislav Redka there though is your fastest driver. Now he's currently in 4th place, the pilot of the 135 machine in P4 is your fastest driver out there, and it's closing in on this lead fight. Now the question remains, can he close in and get past in the time that he's got left? Well, there is enough time in this race, but so far no fighting from that duo who has closed in to the 3 drivers up ahead here. Ferguson part of that fight. So Fajima as well of the Philippines. She's looking mighty strong. She's up 1 spot and she's there in 6th place. She's just off the back of this fight, so we'll keep a close eye and see if that closes in. Apart from, of course, the physicality of the corners themselves, they come up so quick here at the circuit. You can see them breaking in towards turn number 12. There is that little bit of a lip. That lip there is a great marker there for them to break into the hairpin. It's a big braking zone there. This driver's still doing a great job of it out of the chicane. Kind of dip out of our view there. It is a very tight and twisty section there before they go under the bridge. Over the bridge now, and still that gap just ever so fractionally opening up here. Let's look a little further down in the order as this race progresses. Tommy was the fastest driver as well. Also on a 4-place gain is rounding out those top 3. The battle just behind. You see the battle just behind. You see Ferguson is down the inside. Hart's going for it. That's a beautiful move. Tommy Hart in towards turn 12. Covering over the rear wheel. These karts, of course, a new innovation from the FIA Karting department to though is starting to pile on the pressure just behind now. When there for Finland has still been in been in this attack, and he's in the background there as the two come to from Volonchavikas, Cavilo from Kinuk, Arulas from rounds out the top 11 ahead of Yegi, who holds on to P12, has gone down 2 spots in this one, so not the start he would have wanted. Mentier again on the attack, but round the outside. Nilsson trying to go for second place, and he's done it. Down the inside, and Mentier's now been squeezed through. Down the inside, Dylan Tan has got past as well. Gasparovic and Seto. Mentier's gone from second down to 6th, and straight away to the lead. Nilsson's gone for it at turn number 12, but he's run wide on the exit, and now El Homasani's going to try and fight it back, but he's got to slot back into second place. It's not close enough just as of yet, but that's a good attempt there for El Homasani to try and fight that one back with the new race leader now, Nilsson of Denmark, in a really strong spot now. Can he continue this push in this second half? He dropped to 3rd. Now back into the race lead here. Can he continue this push away? El Homasani tucks into that slipstream through turn 1, flat out through here. Absolutely pinned through 2. You start braking here. It's a tricky braking zone into 3. You're kind of trail braking in towards turns 4. Very demanding on the driver. For the other drivers here, still pushing forward in this top section. We have lost one driver from this one, unfortunately. Avanasian from Armenia, unfortunately, is out of this race, as now Aravdawan sets the fastest lap of the race, currently circulating in 24th, showcasing that the pace is quick all the way through this field here, a testament to the equipment that they are using here this weekend. Look at the curb there for Nilsson. It's a little unsettled there through this chicane. El Homasani might have a chance here if he feels like he's got an opportunity. Time being, it's just staying behind there in second place, and these two actually working quite well with each other here to break away from Dylan Tan, who's holding there on to 3rd place. That final corner very wide there for El Homasani. He is pushing forward as much as he can, as everyone trying to snap a shot here this weekend. In towards turn 3 again, and you can see those bumps really pushing the drivers. Of course, the seniors on a slightly different package here than what the juniors are on. Of course, they're on the same equipment all the way throughout, apart from this engine unrestricted, and of course this one outputting a staggering 35-37 brake horsepower for the drivers here. The power to weight ratio is incredibly quick, and the speeds that they're racing over the speed trap here incredibly fast, been topping out at around 110 kilometers an hour, and they continue topping it out all the way through turns 1 and 2. Once again, through that chicane and under the bridge, real change to our top 2 here as they've continued to break away. Big moves in the background here. Plenty has been happening over the course of these laps. Yegi's on his fight back through the field now. Malaysia running alongside each other. Ethan Seto and Daniel Yegi. They're still pushing their way forward. Tyson's still there as well from Sweden. The number 41 machine, currently on a 4-place gain right now. Still looking strong. Kokoski from Australia. He's on a charge now. He's just got up into P14 now. It's on a 6th-place gain. So big movers through the field. Some in the wrong direction. Taekwon, unfortunately, from South Korea has unfortunately dropped down to P25. But we'll have to see if that progression can come back in this race. New fastest lap of the race is your race leader. The driver from Denmark, Nilsson, here. Continuing to break away, that gap up to nearly 0.6 of a second now. Mighty calm at the front here, but again, we have to wait and see what really happens over the second half of the racing here this weekend. Of course, everyone watching along here at the circuit, still nerves rise for everyone here for the drivers. It is a technical circuit here in Malaysia. 21 turns, about a 5 or so metre elevation change for the drivers here, as well as they go up and over the bridge, and more so as well. But all of them learning the circuit over yesterday's free practice sessions, and drivers were looking quick in the early phase of the weekend. But here in the race pace, looking like Denmark might have this one sealed in the bag. 0.7 of a second now is the gap for Nilsson. But keep an eye on the drivers behind. Lizzie Mentier is now back on the charge. Has gone purple on sectors 1 and 2 on that previous lap. She's closing back in on Jakub Gasparovic, who is holding on to 4th place, and not anymore. Mentier's managed to get that move done and she is back on the charge now, the pilot of the number 15 machine. Still looking very strong. There though, Nilsson still in control of this fight as the battles rage on behind. There as they go through, you can see that chasing pack closing in here. Dylan Tan holding on to third place, entrant from Singapore. Started this race in P6. Certainly will be one to keep an eye on over the course of the racing this weekend. Some really strong running for all of the drivers here. And for Dylan Tan, it's all about what he can do in this fight. For all of these drivers though, just a few more laps to go. This is lap number 7 of 10 now. All just digging into their own little battles right now. It's a long way to go in these races, of course. These drivers, these qualifying heats are going to be important for all of them. The fight, of course, is to get into those all-important... back to P12, it's back to P14 now. So, an up-and-down race here for the driver from Malaysia. But we'll keep a close eye on that phase. As I said, Mia O'Lear looking very good. An investigation flag has just gone out for the pilot of the 56 machine, meaning that will be a trip to the stewards at the end of this race. 1.1 seconds now is the gap. And Nilsson here at the front looking absolutely clear and calm. The drivers as well that are pushing up. Volonchevicus there on a 3-place gain is now broken into the top 5. Gianna Pascal is there as well. She's broken into the top 6 on a 3-place gain, and Cavillo there on a 4-place gain. So the top 10 here still looking very close and composed. But the fight at the front here has simmered down quite nicely. All these drivers, time management's going to be an important one as well for them. They've got to take these XH4s all the way to the end of the weekend. And for these drivers here, it's a really difficult situation. There's Zain El Homassani in 2nd place, trying his best to close in here. Did go personal best sector 3 on that last lap, but at the same time, Nilsson went purple in sector 3. And still been setting those very quick times, getting their speeds topping out over the start-finish line around 105, 106 kph. And so still a very quick package for the drivers here this weekend. Braking zone down there in towards turn 12, very physical still on the driver. Into this next phase, but all the drivers here looking relatively calm. Aaron Cavillo now has started to make his way through. The pilot of the number 11 machine, who is sitting in P6, has just got past Gianna Pascal. That fight still raging on. There's only about a couple of tenths or so in between those drivers. I'm keeping an eye on the intervals, the gap between drivers still close here between Dylan Tan and Lizzie Mentier, who's now got herself up into 3rd place as we go on to the final lap of this race. Mentier on the charge back, as not going to have enough time to close in here to El Homassani. It's done a great job there in 2nd place, the pole sitter for this one. Still in control, not able to pile on that pressure. There is on your screen through the chicane. Still 1.6 seconds is the gap. This will still be a good result though for the start of the racing. Of course, all these drivers looking to see what they can get points-wise going into the second half of the day. Of course, the 3 rotations for the drivers. Each driver getting the 3 heats over the course of it. Under the bridge they go on this final lap. 1.7 seconds now is the gap. And Nilsson, despite the fact that he's still got this incredible lead, is still pushing that car to its very limits. Out of turn 21, senior race 1 is done. Nilsson across the line. It is Denmark who wins here. In Malaysia, El Homassani holds on to P2 ahead of Lizzie Mentier. Dylan Tan holds on to P4 ahead of Volonchevicus, who takes P5. Cavillo takes P6 ahead of Gianna Pascal. Jakub Gasparovic, Diego Gama, though the pilot of the 39 machine did pick up a warning flag there. And Philip Knuk rounds out the top 10. A strong race for them, but plenty of action to come for the seniors after that first race of the day. Like I say, this is a very early doors for the Arrive and Drive senior category. Calm and controlled racing then for Nilsson, taking the win by 1.8 seconds. Top 10 we've gone over. Ethan Seto taking 11th ahead of Nunes. Tagetson from Yegi. LYL rounds out the top 15. Kokoski from Core, Vera from Holmes, Dewan from Donaldson, Andrea Bello from Mock, then it is Herrera from Kron who rounds out the 25 finishers in that race. One non-finisher, unfortunately retiring at the start, Manvel Anvasinian, unfortunately out of the race, not the start he would have wanted of his racing weekend. There's the drivers then back into Parc Ferme. And they'll all get checked over from the officials. And for these drivers here now, it's just a case of, well, waiting and seeing what will happen in those next races. But thumbs up there for the man who finished in P1. Nilsson then confirmed race winner at the end of that race. I'm sure there'll be smiles all around in the Denmark camp here in Malaysia. For the rest of the drivers here, it's just a case of race one done. Still early doors in the racing. Plenty to go. There is Gianna Pascal just heading in. She's had a relatively decent race there as well. Still pushing 2 places gained with the rest of the field. Aaron Cavillo as well in that number 11, a 5-place gain. Still a very strong start to his race. There you can see the next grid. That's the seniors. That's their next race. The juniors are already on the grid. They're ready to go for their next race. And everyone there now, just waiting to see what will happen later on in the day. I have to say, it's quite a physical and demanding job for these drivers here this weekend. I had myself a go out in one of the junior karts earlier on this weekend at the circuit. It was a big privilege there from Vortex and OTK to allow me to head out there, but I've got to say, I did 2 laps. I was absolutely exhausted. These guys have just done 10. So there we go. That's how tired they must be after the course of this one. There you can see a bit of dent on that nose cone there to the pilot of the number 27, Linus Rontepicus. Hopefully that is all good though, and is not a dropped nose. You can see those tyres re-getting scanned in now, of course, for the field. Plenty of action to come over the course of this one. 2 more races in this morning rotation, or this early afternoon rotation, before we go into a very short break. But plenty of action to see here as we'll see the juniors back out on circuit this time. We will see the fastest driver from time qualifying head out onto the track. That will see the likes of Japan's Simba Matoda in the junior category. And we look forward to seeing that one as the field makes its way back in. Other drivers there just in the background. You see the pilots, the number 40, Jakub Gasparovic just going through. There's Ethan Seto, the number 47 machine. And again, very strong contender here this weekend is Ethan Seto, but that's not the start he would have wanted in the race. 6 places dropped down in the early stages of that one. There is Adam Holmes as well, there of the Irish back team. Is there. He's had a good race there, 4 places gained. Does finish inside the top 10, and or the top 20, I should say. Finishing that race in a very respectable P19. That's just ahead of Arav Dewan from India, who does round out the top 20 out in that field. Other drivers there. There is Moksum of Hong Kong as well. She's gained a 2-place gain in that one. 23rd place for one of our women in motorsport. And of course, they've had a great backing from the FIA going into this weekend. An incredible package for them. We'll see them racing all the way throughout this one. And great showcase for them. There you can see the scales still fully at it. And of course, it's always a nerve-wracking moment here to make sure they've definitely got it set up correctly. Because of course, you've got to put into effect the fuel wear. Of course, the fuel running out, the tyre wear as well. You'd be surprised how much a tyre can weigh and how much weight can come off it. I mean, it's only going to be grams that come off it, but still, 1 gram could mean the difference of making it to the weight limit and not so. these drivers here, very, very nervous time for them as they head on to that grid. There was Adriana Vera just going on. The juniors, though, they're heading out onto the circuit in a hot second. Their time are very closely closing in as Tommy Hart taking the win in that first race earlier on. He's going to have those 50 points to his name for the intermediate classification, but that's, of course, only the first race of the day. As the juniors head out onto the track once more, it's qualifying heats A versus D. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Japan's Sima Matoda on pole position, joined by Mika Slavet alongside. The Malaysians hopefully he can push forward in this race. Michael Lederer of Austria and Thomas Chikaraski of Poland go from row number 2. They'll have Aryan Singh of the UAE and Dominic Braden of Indonesia on row number 3. Conrad Garrow and Mika Vino go from row number 4. They'll have Jack Larson and Jamie Ambrose on row number 5. Chong Kar-hei from Hong Kong goes alongside Arafat Sheikh of India on row number 6. Row 7 sees Jack McLaughlin and Danish Chen. They will see Eshun Wenger-Getson on row number 8 alongside Brandon Shaw of Jamaica. Sanjana Dandu and Hamish Campbell lock out row number 9. There we'll see Choi Moon Sung of Korea and Alex Ma of China on row number 10. Lianier of France and Fabian Azevedo on row number 11. Camila Neto and David Adnan Yaffe go from row number 12. They will see Max Soler and Valentina Lanza locking out the 26 kart field. The juniors out there now for their 8-lap race, which will be led by the pole sitter, the fastest driver in timed qualifying, all the way from Japan, Simba Matoda. First ever CIK FIA pole position for the young man there. Still is a quick pilot, has been racing for 5 years or so, well known in the racing paddocks around the world, but Simba Matoda here, a great drive for him in that time qualifying. Curious to see what he can do here. See if he does take the race win, he'll be joined with Tommy Hart on those 50 points, but of course out qualifying Tommy Hart and the rest of the field. He would take the points lead here, going into that second rotation later on. Of course, all of these drivers fighting to get into that top final, of course. 36 go into that race. Of course, all the entrants on this one, the juniors, seeing second 52 drivers enter this weekend. Not all of them will be able to get through into that final. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? No, we're not. That is a false start. We are going around again. Pasquale Lupoli, they're not happy with the start procedure on that one. And I think that will be well received for one driver who's going very slowly at the back of the grid. That is Valentina Lanza, who's not gotten away too well here. The young female entrant from Peru. Is trying to push herself back up to the back of the pack here, and luckily with that false start that should help her out quite considerably, but I think she's only just heading over the start-finish line, or has she actually pitted now? No, she's just headed over the start-finish line now, so she's got quite a bit of real estate to close in here. Good news is that she's not lost any places, and with her going flat out, she might have some slightly warmer tyres than the rest of the field. Up towards the bridge they go then. They will be greeted by the yellow flags. The red line is just after turn 20. Past that red line, no overtaking is permitted. They should be in 2x2 rolling start formation, which they are very well behaved for this moment. They are doing so right now. So out of turn 20, they've got this little straight in towards turn 21. And you will see the red line on the circuit denoted by those cones. And yes, from this point onwards, they should all be race ready. Hopefully this time around, Pasquale Lupoli will be happy with the start of this one. And let's see if we're going racing. It is the juniors, their second race of the weekend. It's Japan versus Malaysia. Lights are out, fight is on. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start though for Matoda. He's got the inside lines, a bit of dust that gets kicked out in the background there, but everyone else pushes through in this early stage. It's a good start there for Mika Slabat of Malaysia, pushing through and is holding on to second place. Michael Leder of Austria is trying to get involved here, but I don't think he's able to do so. Chikaraszki of Poland as well on that outside of row number 2. Also has struggled to try and get away here as the whole field has pushed their way through nicely. But I think Michael Leder may have had a brief moment there, but everyone has got themselves squared away on this first lap of the race into the third or second and third sector of this lap through the chicane. Very tight for the drivers. It's not really an overtaking opportunity there. Maybe on the exit if you can get the slingshot out of the chicane, but very tight and technical for the drivers. Over the bridge for the first time here. Sima Matoda seemingly looking like that qualifying pace was not a fluke and is keeping that speed up here out of turn number 21. Over the line they go. Digging deep is Sima Matoda. Mika Slabat there holding on to P2. Chikaraszki on a one-place gain. Mika Vino holding on to P4. That's a 4-place gain at the start of this race. Dominic Braden holding on to P5. Jamie Ambrose as well has had a good race. 2 places gained. Other drivers who have not had the start they would have wanted. Michael Lederer, dropping down to 12th place here. And Arafat Sheikh as well. He's gone down to P20. Brandon Shaw as well, down to 21. So some drivers there having a challenging start to their race. Others having a good start. Sanjana Dandu has had a good start there. She's gained 4 places. She's currently circulating in 13th place right now. Leonie Air as well. So 2 of the ladies there who have pushed their way up through the field. That's a nice run through them. Jamie Ambrose has just lost out in a couple of places on this one. The pilot of the 151 machine has just lost out to Aryan Singh and Conrad Garrow. Both of them have just got up into 6th and 7th place. Over the line they go. And the Malaysian here, Mika Slabat, is closing in to Sima Matoda. The gap 0.3 of a second. But are we going to see Slabat here really pile on that pressure? Are we going to see a lunge attack here in towards turn number 12? Well, Mika Vino might have something to say about that one. The driver in 4th place, just behind Chikaraszki, has just gone fastest out of anyone here. And it might be wanting to close in. Looking down to the brake zone, no challenge there for Slabat. Stays behind just for this moment as they climb back up towards the top part of the circuit here. Through the chicane. They climb up the hill. This is very tricky through here. The triple left-hander through 17, 18 and 19. Very difficult racing line there, and very easy to wash out wide. To do that though, there is a big exit curve there, packed full of water. You clip that, you bring it all onto the circuit, unfortunately. Puts you back. Vengadetson there, unfortunately, is going to be picking up a black and white flag. It's only a warning flag here in FIA Karting, no penalty coming from that. Still, they will need to be careful. Eyes on this. Slabat closing in to Matoda. The fight for the lead is on. I thought Slabat was going there down the inside of turn number 7. Thought against it. Showcasing some really strong pace here. Slabat was very quick in qualifying. Still started on this second row of the grid. On the front row, I should say. As they all push through. Dominic Braden's had a bit of a spill out there. He's just tumbled down to 11th place. Now in this field. Keep a close eye on this one. Any move from these drivers though? I can imagine Chikaraszki will want to push through as unfortunate moment there for Mika Slabat. That front wheel just hooking on to that curb. Made the back end step out there as he tried to get on the power. Unfortunately lost out a lot of time there. That gap's opened back up to around 0.3 of a second here, but albeit trying to push through. Over the line they go. On to lap number 5 now, 4 completed. And still, eyes will be on this fight. 2 drastically different racing lines there. Matoda much tighter in towards 2 and 3 of the turn. Slabat taking a much wider entry line. That's brought that gap back down to 0.2 of a second. Conrad Garrow though now, fastest driver out there. 107.125 is your fastest driver. Currently there in P5 is on a 2-place gains behind Mika Vino, who was previously the fastest lap holder. Onion Singh's got purple in sector number 1 as well. So everyone's still pushing forward in that early phase of the race at this midpoint here. And keeping an eye on these two. Very calm and controlled race. All 26 still circulating right now. Valentina Lanza still in 22nd place, but she's actually managed to close in on the gap in front now. She's got David Andrinyafi just ahead at P25. Could be a nice little fight there, but eyes focusing on the front here. Gotta say, thinking that Chikaraski and Satrio are closing in. Mika Vino there looking very strong still in P4. 4-place gain right now. Trying to push through and on the mark. Chikaraski there, fastest driver out there. The gap is closing down. And for here, Mika Vino will be just thinking, right, I'm just going to sit behind here, behind Chikaraski. If I go for the move, we'll lose out on the time that we've gained here. Slamet now, he's not going to have to only think about attacking here for Matoda. Have to think about defending from Chikaraski, but as soon as he does that, they will lose Matoda. Matoda here now really needs to focus on sticking to the racing line. No defensive posture, no compromising the entry or exit to the corners here. And it's doing just that. Gap holding firm here. 2/10 of it as they go through. Turn number 1, still holding on. Chikaraski and Vino are closing in. 3rd and 4th place, joining the lead fight right now. And the move is on in the background. Chikaraski not waiting for any time whatsoever. Mika Vino sets the fastest lap of the race as well now. Chikaraski up into P2. Mika Slamet down to P3. Simba Matoda has been released at the front. The gap saw 1/10 of a second, but Chikaraski did that overtake in a good spot there. They didn't lose too much time from the front runner. And there is still time in this race. They are getting to the conclusion of it. Just have to wait and see what happens here now. We are lap 7 of 8. Last lap board will be out this time to the field. At one final 1,500 meter run here for Chikaraski to see if he can close the gap up to the driver from Japan, Simba Matoda, who still looks comfortable here. Last lap board comes out then to the field. It's Matoda from Chikaraski, Slamet from Vino, who hold 1, 2, 3 and 4 right now. Garrow still could be one to watch here. Now he is still about a second off, 1.8 seconds off these drivers, or 6 seconds off I should say, from these drivers. He's still trying to close in. You can see how he's just there behind. 6/10 is the gap between Garrow and Vino. Could have a chance of going for that move, but at this moment, not close enough for it. Chikaraski is closing in, 4/10 of a second here. Final lap board out though. Places to overtake are quickly running out here at the front of this field. But for the moment, it's all cool, calm and collected here at the front for Simba Matoda over the bridge. And for the time being, it's looking like a job well done for the driver from Japan. Out of the final sector, out of the final corner. First win of the weekend for Japan and for Simba Matoda across the line. A strong start to the day. Thomas Chikaraski takes P2 out of Mika Vino in 3rd place. Mika Slamet takes that P4. It is a 2-place deficit. Mika Vino did manage to get that overtake done on that last lap to get up into 3rd place. Conrad Garrow taking P5 out of Jamie Ambrose in P6. Aryan Singh from Dominic Braden rounds out the top 8. Jack McLaughlin and Jack Larson round out the top 10 at the end of qualifying heat A versus D. There's your full results on your screen. Venkatesan takes P11 for India.
did come away with, I think, a warning flag in that one, if my mind cards me correctly. The 146, yes, did pick up a warning flag, unfortunately, but again, it's not a penalty, and it's just a warning. So just needs to be careful on that one. There's the rest of your results on that one. Lederer rounding out the top 15 ahead of Chong Kai Hei. Sanjana Dandu finishing 13th. Hamish Campbell finishing 12th. Both of those two gaining 6th and 4th places apiece. Leonia, 16th place, of course, from Danish Chen. Brandon Shaw from Alex Ma. Fabian Acevedo from Arafat Sheikh. And then it is Choi Moo Sung from Max Allaire, who rounds up to 23. Neto from Adrian Yaffe. And Lanta, who round out the 26 karts in that race. Once again, all karts that started finish the juniors, which is a very good sight to see. Thumbs up there for Simon Matoda. Race 1 for them in groups A versus D, done and dusted, and that is the juniors done now until we'll see them out later on, of course, after that short break that we're going to have. And that brings us to the end of the juniors for that moment. The juniors are next out on track at around 2:05 local time. That'll be groups B versus D. So some of these drivers that you see who have just finished this race will be back out there once again. As there you see a perfect example there, Marcello, on your screen from the FIA, taking a photo there of one of the nose cones. And that is very unfortunate. That will be a post-race 5-second time penalty going to whoever that unfortunate driver was at the end of that one. It does feel like a harsh penalty, the nose cone penalty, but it is one of those. I have seen championships won and lost on nose cone penalties, and that's never a nice thing to see. But it is one of those new rules that came in to help benefit drivers, keep the racing nice and calm and clean out on the circuit. Well, 3 races down, 1 more to go in this morning phase. We'll cut back over to the seniors in just a brief moment. They'll be priming themselves ready to go over the course of the next one. And of course, we saw a fabulous little fight earlier on, which saw Nilsson take the win ahead of Zain El Homassani. That was in the senior category. But, of course, we'll be talking about qualifying heat A versus D for the seniors, which will see the pole sitter from New Zealand, Zach Tucker, take to the track. Won't be alone, though, on that front row of the grid. Matish Victor will be joining alongside. Slovakia's entrant will be starting this one on the front row of the grid. Other drivers that you'll need to keep a close eye on them as well. Poland's Oliver Klopek as well. A very strong performance in TQ, the same as Australia's Harry Bresnian. He's there on the second row of the grid in the number 4 machine. He'll be one to keep a very close eye on. Ava Dorinson as well, one of the young ladies racing here this weekend, will be starting alongside Hungary's Attila Kalapash as well. So plenty of drivers to keep us entertained in that second senior race that is coming up later on. The rest of the field, they're pushing through. There you can see Arafat Sheikh just pushing his kart up through the order. One of the, actually quite a few drivers who are representing India here this weekend in the World Cup. Of course, like we're saying, 107 drivers in total. The biggest nationality here this weekend, believe it or not, Singapore. 7 drivers in the groups over this one, in course of the juniors and the seniors. They do make up around 6.5% of our paddock here this weekend. India is the second biggest nation here this weekend with 5 entrants. Australia also 5 entrants as well. Sweden also is packing 5 entrants also. Then it goes to the rest of the grids there, of course, China, Peru, France, Thailand, Dominican Republic, Slovakia, Colombia as well. They're all bringing around 3 drivers to the classes as well over the course of this one. Of course, all of these drivers on the same equipment. We mentioned that earlier on, the great package from OTK, the Cosmic chassis being used, and of course the Vortex, the SV125 engines being used for the pilots here. The touch and go system, very good for the drivers, the clutch on board, for them to really help get these drivers into the right direction. Of course, when they would push over to the Vortex, the OK package, of course, that's where it gets a little bit more challenging for the drivers. No clutch, of course, for that one. That gets them squared away. As Arrive and Drive Senior, A versus D, is moments away from heading out onto the circuit. And actually, I can now hear them heading out onto the circuit, which is very good. So we'll take this time to go over the full starting lineup. Zach Tucker, starting in on pole position, will be joining alongside Max Victor. They'll have Oliver Kopek and Harry Brisnan starting alongside for Australia. Ava Doranson and Attila Kalaposh going from row number 3. They'll have Yon Tapale and Taiga Tokooka from Japan on row number 4. Naomi Garcia and Damien Baez round out row number 5. They'll see Ethan Thorne and Mustafa Mulder on row number 6. Oscar Goodshow and Zhang Zhaojian of China goes from row number 7. They will have Chang Junhao and Lorenzo Lopez on row number 8. Kimi Ray and Yaroslav Karpov go from row number 9. We'll see it all. Ladies row number 10 with Gabby Texera of Portugal and Isabella Rapetti of Italy. Row 11 sees Augusto Azevedo. Georgi Samalashvili goes from row number 11. Ariane Mawa and Gerardo Moreno go from row number 12. Andre Adakin and Ian Chong round out the 13 rows. 26 karts with the entrant from Macau. Well, for these drivers now, this is their last race in this rotation. We'll go for the break after this one, and then they'll be back about 20 or so minutes, and they'll be back for the second full rotation for these qualifying heats. That's where we'll start to get into the nitty-gritty. Of course, a reminder of those intermediate classifications. Nud Nilsson is leading those now after that win earlier on, 50 points to the name. Elho Masani with the 44, Mentio with the 41, with that third place earlier on, so still a very strong contender, and Gianna Pascal as well, 38 points, P4 in intermediate classifications. We are expecting that to drastically change, of course, over the course of the qualifying heats and the racing here, as the clouds starting to loom in here at the circuit. Might be a bit of a threat of precipitation very soon. Now, there was reports that around 2 o'clock it might have been getting a little bit of rain here at the LYL circuit, and we are 1:30 right now, and I can see some dark clouds looming not far away over these circuits, and we'll have to wait and see what happens over the course of this one. Right then, into that final corner. It is senior qualifying heat, A versus D, into the tram lines, and it's a false start. They're going round again. It is not the start they would have wanted there. Pasquale Lupoli sending them round for another go. He is there right on the end of the gantry. He's got a perfect view of them going into those tram lines, and if he feels it is not good enough or too quick or too out of shape, he will send them round for another attempt. That puts wear on the tyres, it takes fuel out of the kart tanks, it takes, of course, the wear and tear on the driver as well. It's another formation lap for them to get going, and like you say, you might be saying, well, actually, a formation lap, you're going slow. It's not that difficult, it's not that hard on a driver. Well, when the humidity is very high and the air temperature is 30 degrees, it is very hard. It may not look 30 degrees out there from your screen. It looks like a relatively calm day with all those clouds around us, but trust me, it's incredibly hot out there for all the drivers. Staying hydrated is going to be a key thing for these drivers. Plenty of fluids on board as they prep for this one. They were told a lot of this in some of the driver development programs that have been running so far this weekend to really benefit these drivers. Of course, media training has been promoted for them. Of course, their nutrition guides as well of what their should be required to do as a driver. You know, preparation is key. If you fail to prepare, be prepared to fail over the course of these race weekends, and all of these drivers have prepared as much as they can. Here we go then, back into the tram lines. Are we racing? This time it is lights out, fights on in the seniors down towards turn number 1. And again, good start for Zach Tucker, who holds on to the lead of this race through T1 and T2. The whole pack is pushing through, very quick pace here into the challenging braking zone of turn number 3. Are they all going to get through? Well, it's a little bit feisty there in the background, 3-4 wide. For the back of the grid, some of the carts going wide onto the grass. That might have been Georgi Samalashvili there, but we'll keep a close eye on the field. At the front, though, it's a strong start for Zach Tucker. Pole position for the driver from New Zealand, and he is in control of this race into that third sector and through the chicane. He has got the pressure from the drivers behind. You can see there that Oliver Klepek has got up into second place. The Poland entry still looking very quick here. And can he try and close this gap up? Yo Tapale, though, is looking quick in sector number 2. Has gone purple in sector 2. Is the fastest driver out there in that second sector by quite some way. Out of the final corner we go then. Let's take you over the line. It's Tucker from Klepek. Victor from Donaldson. Torn from Tapale. Good show from Garcia. Breslian has had a really tough start on that one. Harry Breslian has gone down to 9th place on a 5-place deficit. Tiger Tokuoka as well of Japan, also a 2-place loss, still rounds out the top 10. We'll keep a close eye on it. Biggest mover on the earliest part of that lap, Augusto Azevedo, is up 9 places and is pushing through. Right, Matis Victor has got through past Klepek. That's happened down on track. Yod Taipale has got past Ethan Thorne as well. So they've changed positions. Naomi Garcia's got past Oscar Goodshow as well. So there are fights happening all the way throughout that top pack right here. But the question is Matis Victor closing in on Zach Tucker? That is the question. Gap 0.3 of a second. And I'm going to say the answer is yes. Purple sector 2 for Magic Victor there in second place is tucking in. And that is that's the driving stance of someone who is really trying to close the gap. The gap's still 0.3 of a second. In fact, I think it actually slightly opened up. Bit of a outbreak there for Victor, though. I think he ran wide at turn number 4 in that first braking zone. And has he lost out on that second place? I don't think he has. Or is it Klepek who's back there in second place? I think it is. Is it the number 34 machine that is back up in that order? We'll have to wait and see. Yes, it is. Klepek's back up into second place. Victor goes down to third now. Dorenson's just behind. Edward Dorenson from the Netherlands. Again, one of the hopefuls in the Women in Motorsports class this weekend. Has launched the attack and is there in P4 from the rest of the field. Tapale from Thorne. Good show from Garcia. Breslian holding on to 9th place and still Tokuoka holding on to the top 10. Kalapush there at the moment is in 11th place, not starting for the wanted still. Keep a close eye on that fight. Over onto lap number 4 now, 3 completed. And, Tucker in control of this one. You're still seeing the head moving around there, really showcasing the bumps that these drivers will be facing out on circuit. The rest of these drivers here, cool, calm and collected in this early stage right now. Those first laps can be challenging for the field. But right now, they're all now just pushing to close those gaps. But, say that, Tucker's lead here has gone up to 6/10. As I say that, it's come down to 4/10 now. Victor slightly outbraked himself earlier on. That is Victor. Still trying to push his way forward on this one as everyone watches on in this race. These drivers here now in that 4th place battle, being led by Edward Donerson. Still on a close fight here. Gunshow's just out on a couple of lost out on a couple of spots there. Garcia and Breslian have got themselves through. So Oscar Goodshow of France down into 9th place now, but it's still on a 4-place gain. They're over the line then for the field. And still the pressure is on. Right now the gap holding 0.3 of a second as Oliver Klepek trying to once again just closed back in the front of this field, and has actually done a great job of doing that into the braking zone. That can be the concertina effect that has an effect on the drivers there, but with Matis Victor setting the fastest lap of the race at 106.958, I think might be really starting to close this pack up. Now again, they're going to have to think about what they want to do here. Now Klepek is on that rear bumper of Tucker. He has got the chance of going for this move if he feels like he can get an opportunity to do so. If Matis Victor goes for that move on Klepek, well, they'll lose out on Tucker. It's all about getting that P1. There's a big points difference here for the drivers in front. 6-point deficit for between first and second, so there's a real benefit to not fighting for P2 and settling for P2. You really do want to go for that P1. At this moment, that intermediate classification still with only one race each for the classes. Tucker, at this moment in the lead of this fight, would be taking the lead of it. The pole sitter, of course, would be joint with Nilsson with 50 points, but of course him out qualifying means he would take those 50 points to the lead of it. Again, Matis Victor, fastest driver out there. He's really utilising that slipstream that Tucker and Klepek are providing for him there in third place. The gap holding on to 3/10. I thought this was coming down the inside, and that is Matis Victor up into P2. That is a good overtake there, and I think he was just seeing how the gap was opening back up now between Klepek and Tucker. Was thinking, right, you're clearly not going to be able to close in here. Let me have a go and see if we can try and work together now and close up now what is a 0.5 of a second gap between Tucker and Victor. But let's see how this progresses as the race goes on. It is 0.465. They cross the line now. It's down to 3/10. Matis Victor is the fastest driver out there. Was quicker over the course of that lap, has reclosed that gap in now. And Matis Victor, who started on the front row of this grid, is looking to see if he can take a win away from that one. Down the inside in the background there was that Donasan trying to go for the move on Klepek. That fight's still on in the background there. You can see that going through. Was that Tapale going for the charge? But still, the fight on all the way throughout this one. But we keep an eye on our two front runners here. I suspect Matis Victor will have something in the bag here. We've seen that hot spot at turn number 12 for those overtakes. The gap 0.2 of a second now. But the pressure still very much on here for the front runners. Everyone keep an eye on those battles going through. Still big movers happening in the background here. Avicedo and Moa, who have both gained 8 places, but the eyes focus on the top two here. Tucker, Victor, Klepek and Donaldson. 1, 2, 3, 4 right now are in a close place, but down the inside at turn number 4, great control under braking. Matis Victor takes the lead of this race away from Zach Tucker. The pole sitter is not going to come away with the 50 points at this moment. He's down to P2. Klepek's going to try and fight as well, but Tucker goes defensive there in towards turn number 12. This is a good solid drive here, but that first defensive posture has allowed Matis Victor to break away here now at the front of the field. The gap's already opened up to just under 0.3 of a second here on lap number 8. There you can see the officials in timekeeping, the race director's room as well there, keeping a very close eye on the proceedings. You can see how many eyes are watching this in an official capacity. Klepek, though, starting to pile on that pressure to Tucker. Tucker trying to dig deep here right now, but again is quite considerably slower on that last lap. Half a second slow overall. It was at 107.2 versus a 107.7 for Tucker. And Matis Victor here looking very strong now with that gap opening to 0.3 of a second. And Klepek's got that move done as well now. Klepek up into second place. And the fight is on here. Yard Tapale is joined the back of this train now. LYL Tapale might have a chance of breaking into this top 3 here if Tucker cannot find something to get this car back to the lead of this race. We're on lap 9. Last lap board will be out this time to the field. And Magic Victor right now is in a very strong spot here. The gap is up to nearly 0.6 of a second now from this second place group. Klepek, Tucker and Tapale. Second, third and fourth. Over the line they go. The lead now, 0.6 of a second. And Matis Victor here is clear and dry at the front. He is looking fully focused now on a strong performance this weekend. He can probably settle it down just on this last lap, not push those tyres, the Vega XH4s, too hard over the course of this lap. But doesn't want to do so too much. Klepek might find an opportunity to attack if he does close in. But here, Tucker, fraction look to the inside there. Bit wide for Klepek. That might give Tucker a chance here in third place to go for the move. He is right on his rear bumper, but again, running out of time. Into the third sector they go. No improvements, no purple sectors for these top runners. They're all just pushing as hard as they can now. Out of the penultimate corner, round turns 21. Matis Victor over the line, claims his first win of the weekend, takes it ahead of Oliver Klepek, ahead of Zach Tucker and LYL Tapale, who rounds out the top 4. Naomi Garcia, great race there ahead of Ava Donaldson. They take 5th and 6th place there, ahead of Oscar Goodshow. Ethan Thorne taking P8 ahead of Tiger Tokuoka, and from Attila Kalapush in 10th place. A lot of drivers moving up there, a lot of drivers falling down, but your biggest mover there in that race goes to Singapore's Aryan Mawar with a 9th-place gain. The pilot of the number 17 machine finishes in P14. There is your full results on your grid there. The top 10 we've gone over. Bresnian, not the results you would have wanted there for the Australian from the second row of the grid. Tumbles down there in that order, but still a strong performance nonetheless. That's ahead of Mustafa Mulder, Kimi Ray from Mawar, Baez from Texera, Zeng from Lopez, Chang from Rapetzi, Karpov from Adekin, Samalashvili from Chong, and it is Moreno and Azevedo who rounds out the 26 kart field. Plenty of close racing there throughout that field. The job is done. Matis Victor from P2 able to get that number 1 spot. That's a good start to the racing. Looked a bit tough though in that early stage of the race. Certainly had to fight his way back up to that sharp end, but does so successfully. Gets on that scale and looks to be all good. Thumbs up there for your race winner. And that is job done then for the juniors and seniors in this first half of the morning phase. They have all still got 8 races to go in total. Overall course of the next one of it, you can see how the next race there will take place around 20 or so minutes time at around 2:05. That will be, of course, the junior qualifying heat B versus D. They'll be back out onto the track. A versus C as well, then C versus D, and then it goes in the latter half of the day, right to the end of the day. The last race at 4:45 local time sees the seniors out for qualifying heat A versus B. And we will see them take to the track. Well, we're going to take a short break, but do not go anywhere. Plenty of action coming up as we're going to take a look back of what it was to race out in the FIA World Karting Championships back in PFI, the latter end of last year. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to a very exciting episode of FIA Insider, because we are here at PF International in Grantham for the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship back in the UK for its 60th anniversary. My name is Paul Wallace and this is the truest form of entry-level grassroots motor racing, where so many motorsport legends have learnt their craft. Nigel.
Good to see you.
And you. How cool is it? This is a great view.
Very cool, very cool.
60 years of the World Championship karting. Can you talk me through how the sport has evolved?
Wow, well, 60 years of karting, it's unbelievable. In the early days, it was like everything it started. It was, you know, you'd have a van, you'd have a car, you'd have a trailer, people would do it, they'd get enthusiastic. Events like World Championships were almost unheard of, but again, I guess the gathering of people at that point, you know, and the competitive nature of the sport, it was probably a very good idea and it evolved from there. But you know, over those 60 years, it's just amazing how the sport has changed. A lot more professional now, obviously, of course, we're here this weekend for the World Championships. But the history of all those people there, and again, I know I'm from the UK, but so we've got to mention people like Mike Wilson and Terry Fullerton, and you know, we've got a good pedigree. But throughout the world as well, it's been a fantastic showcase of motorsport.
So this weekend, obviously incredibly special. There's going to be historic karts as well as these karts that are going around in the juniors of racing. So can you talk about the evolution of the kart and what that means for lap times as well?
Obviously in those early days, you know, late 50s, 60s, tyres were very narrow, you know, technology was very low key. When you got to the 70s, 80s, it evolved into not a dissimilar vehicle to what it is now. The thing that has massively changed in recent years is bodywork. And again, the bodywork, yes, it looks nice, very cosmetic. I think that would probably be the massive difference, is the size of the kart and the bodywork is the big difference from the early days.
Amazing. Well, I can't wait for the weekend and see the cars go around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate
Cheers.
it.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to Pierre.
Thank you very much for allowing me inside your office where we can see some legends on the wall.
Goes back a long time.
Yeah, 60th anniversary for the World Championship for karting. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the legends, some of the special moments that you've had over the years here at PF International?
Yes, I mean, I obviously started in 1960 when they were raw. They've certainly got better. I think the karts are very good.
There's definitely some future motorsport legends that are racing this weekend. You must have had...
Oh, yes.
You've had a lot of legends here
yes.
juniors racing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Hamilton started here. All those my drivers have had in the past, you know.
A lot of history here.
There's a lot of history, yes.
How does that make you feel? It's something that you created.
I'm very happy that I've done this, yes. It's been more expensive than what I thought.
We're here in the paddock where I've just been given the green light to head into one of the garages so that I can go and ask a bunch of questions and get a full tour of one of the karts. So let's head inside. Thank you very much for showing me around the kart. One question I have.
Yeah.
Why so many karts?
So every team in the paddock, including us, we have 2 karts per driver. So it looks a lot because there's a lot of drivers.
Yeah, okay. And this kart in particular, what championship is this kart for?
So this kart is homologated to do all the championships.
Oh, okay.
National, international.
And a junior can also drive this?
Yeah, this is properly a junior kart.
Yeah.
It's a 125cc engine.
Yeah. So there's a lot of karts here.
Yeah.
How does a driver gain an advantage? How much can you customize this particular kart for the driver that it's built for?
There's a lot of things you could. I say it is basic, but there is a lot of things you can change on a kart, depending on the preferences on the drivers you have.
Okay.
Because not every driver is the same. One is taller, one is smaller, one has a different driving style. From that.
Wow. So it's a fully customizable setup.
Yeah.
After the basic components of the kart.
Sure.
Okay. Wow. That makes your job a little bit difficult working with the drivers. Is it a challenge? What's the most challenging part working with young drivers?
To get them to listen to you.
So here we have the go-kart.
Yeah.
Can you talk me through the basics? Like, I'm assuming the brake is on the left?
Yes. So it's, as I said, basic. There's no clutch, there's no gear lever, nothing. You have the brake here and the throttle here.
Yep. So then you've got steering here
wheel.
that I saw there's a screen.
Yeah, this is the telemetry we use.
Okay.
Star lane, from this display you can see all from water temperature, exhaust temperature, lap time.
Yeah.
And from there we can also see what we did right, what we did wrong.
And what's going on in this section underneath the steering wheel?
Under the steering wheel you have the steering column that is connected to the steering rods. Using that you steer the wheels.
Yeah.
And under the steering column you have a very basic fuel tank.
Okay.
A full tank of fuel is around 8.5 liters and they can do easily a final of 25 laps.
Here we've got slicks for dry.
Slicks. So this kart is prepared for how the conditions are right now for slicks. The sun is shining, it's dry.
Yeah.
And then we have the second kart with the rain tires.
Yeah.
Prepared for when, since we're in the UK, probably a rainy day.
In about 5 minutes, I think.
Most likely.
Yeah. Well, seems like I know a lot about the kart now, thanks to you. So I appreciate you explaining how everything works. It feels like at some point I should have a go at one of these. It'll be a lot of fun.
It will be an experience.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dino, how are you?
Hi,
Great to see you. This is pretty impressive to see so many karts.
Like any sport, even a football player, you can see immediately if one is a foot right or bent. But later to be really Ronaldo or Messi, you have to work hard, like any sport.
Tony karts are pioneers in go-karting. How do you, with your role, drive this team forward, but also stay ahead of everyone else?
Work with this team is amazing. Of course, they have a fantastic story in the past, and sure, stay every year in the top level is not easy. But with this kind of team and this kind of person, we try to do this one.
How important is this part of a young motor racer's journey?
Go-kart is so important for the career of one driver. You start to learn everything about tire pressure, engine, feeling. So of course is the best school that you can.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe too late.
Maybe it's too late now.
John, great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
This is awesome to see the karts, and you've just been out.
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah, it was good. Just getting warmed up for tomorrow's qualifying, so the pace is good so far. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
You've been selected by Red Bull to join their program. How exciting is that for you, and does that add a bit of pressure?
I was always a big fan of Red Bull. Obviously, Sebastian Vettel was part of them, so it was definitely a thing that I was excited with, and we'll see what the future brings with the team I'm in.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your journey and what you've been through?
I was karting since I was 5 years old, 4 years old, and my close friends back karting, and I just got me into it then. I drove around my home country in Ireland for 4 years till I was 9 years old, and then I moved up to the UK in Motorsport UK for a long time just to build up my experience, and then last 2 years I've been part of the FIA Karting Championship and the Champions of Future, so my journey's been a quite long journey. It's been tough, but I'm working hard to get to the top.
How important is it to spread the karting world to the motorsport community and have so many nationalities here on track?
I think it's important for many reasons. First of all, karting is the first stepping stone for many of our future stars in the world of motorsport. Furthermore, karting represents a great opportunity for many countries to establish motorsport culture in the local communities. And I think having as many nationalities represented here in the World Championship is a very strong showcasing of all the good things karting can provide to national ASNs around the world.
A lot of these drivers are incredibly young, and they'll have influence from their parents and family, from the teams and from the mentor. Can you tell me a little bit how you can manage that and also what's important for these drivers?
Yes, I think you have a very good point here. We have a lot of young drivers, especially in OK Junior. It's a very young grid. And I think it's very important to remember that even though we are here with the very best karting drivers in the world, most of them are still kids. Most of them are still very early in their development. And I think that's a point that it's very important to be remembered and respected by the teams and the families. Luckily, with the paddock we have now, with all the teams and experts involved in the sport, my feeling is there's a general respect for the whole human being the drivers, and then understanding of all the elements that's required for drivers to develop.
I can't wait for the weekend and seeing the karts go out, so thank you for your time. I've learnt a lot. Great to meet you. Cheers, thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
It has been an action-packed weekend so far. It has been amazing to meet so many different people that make a weekend like this happen. And to see so many young, talented drivers out there aspiring to win world championships. Who knows? The next F1 driver could be out there on track at the moment. I hope you've enjoyed the episode. Make sure you subscribe to the FIA YouTube channel, tick the notification bell, and comment what you want to see next on the next episode. Take care, guys. Goodbye.
President of the FIA now presents the unique FIA President's Medal to the winning driver.
I'm Camille de Bastiani. I'm the lead designer of the FIA, and I designed with my team the new medal for the President Medal in 2025. The President's Medal is distributed to the winners of the FIA World Championships. It has already been distributed in Formula 1 to the race winner, but now it's going to be distributed in WRC, in WEC, in karting as well, and in Formula E. The President Medal is actually made of sustainable materials, recycled gold and silver. The circle actually fits perfectly with the theme we developed at the FIA Awards, with a logo that represents each World Championship of the FIA. Once we had that part, we could just integrate it to the President Medal. And then on top, we decided to put the name of the championship and the FIA logo. And of course, we put the signature and the name of the FIA president on top, with a President's Medal at the bottom. For the back of the medal, it will always feature the name of the race and the number of the race. Each medal will be personalized depending on the championship. It's not just one template and we keep changing a name. It's a bit more in-depth than that. To give a better view of what it will actually look like, we made 3D models. Then it's also a good indication for the manufacturer on the kind of finish we want, how shiny it will get, how matte it can get. Same for the lanyard. My job is done. Like the manufacturer has all the elements for him to produce it, he can start working on it.
La FIA lavoriamo da 4 anni, nel momento in cui il Presidente ha avuto questa idea, a mio avviso geniale, di portare queste medaglie del Presidente sui podi della Formula 1 con un'accurata ricerca dei materiali, che è stata una cosa molto stimolante. Le medaglie sono tutte quante fatte in argento, titolo 925. Queste medaglie sono sostenibili in diversi fronti. È il discorso del materiale, è un argento riciclato che arriva da scarti di lavorazione di oreficeria, viene fatta chiaramente nuovamente una colata e viene portato poi il materiale in bandelle piuttosto che in tondini o piuttosto che in lastre, il nastrino, il lanyard che è fatto in repet, e 3 la stessa scatola di confezione che è comunque fatta presso un processo di FSC con un processo diciamo molto controllato. Credo che sia un buon esempio quello che il Presidente ci sta dando. È una politica che comunque ci permetterà di affrontare, credo, i prossimi anni, ma soprattutto di lasciare alle nuove generazioni un mondo migliore.
when racing or rallying, drivers give everything. They have to win. I wanted to create something that represents this commitment and sacrifice. This medal represents their efforts and also the innovation and progress being made across the FIA championships. By celebrating these victories with a sustainable medal, we not only recognize our race winners, but also highlight the ongoing efforts within our sport to protect and preserve it for future generations.
Arrive and Drive World Cup. If you are only just joining us, you've missed 4 races so far, but don't worry, they've still got 8 to go in the categories of juniors and seniors, which will see groups B versus D head out onto the circuit next. And then, of course, after that one, over to groups A versus C, then C versus D, and then we round out the day with groups A versus B. And that will be heading out at around 4:25 and 4:45. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box here this weekend for your listening delectation. And we are ready and waiting to see the next group to head out onto the circuit, which, of course, will be the juniors for groups B versus D. Now, groups D haven't had a long turnaround time here. They've had to get things squared away pretty quickly before they've headed out for this one. So the likes of Mika Slabert, Thomas Chikaranski, Dominic Braden, Mika Vina, of course, we were talking about them not only a moment ago in the junior classing. And we will be seeing them out on track very, very soon once again for their 8-lap races spanning 12-kilometre race distance. You can see there just in the background here this shot, you can see the mountains here close to the LYL circuit, and well, they're slowly starting to disappear. Now, there is obviously a lot of low-lying cloud here, of course, but those low-lying clouds bring a lot of weather with them. And again, we are expecting to see some of that on the horizon, but for the time being, the weather is just holding off for the time being. There is our race director, Pasquale Lupoli, on the gantry. He is priming himself ready for these next races. The starts have been a little bit shaky for some of them, as he has had a few false starts, but again, practice makes perfect with the drivers here this weekend, and he is fully focused on seeing what will happen out on the circuit. But let's see how this one pans away, as he's working very closely, of course, with the rest of the officials team. He'll, of course, have Emily and Chris in the race control. They've been looking at some of the massive cameras out on the circuit. Lots of cameras out there. Of course, you've got the other of the deputy race director out there as well, Gonzalo Planta. He's making his way out onto the circuit now to watch the racing from a vantage point out there. And all of this happening is keeping an eye on everything that's going on, because they're in constant communication with all the marshals out on track as well. And as we always say, we could not go racing without that fabulous Orange Army. But there, Pasquale Lupoli, race director this weekend for the FIA, is priming himself ready to go. He's got his tablet there ready to get the lights procedure started, which, of course, like we mentioned, has sent one or two of those around just in this early phase of the racing. But like we say, it is that next race coming up very, very soon. Qualifying heat B versus D for the juniors. And that will be heading out onto the track in around 30 seconds time. So they'll see a yellow flag wave at this point. They'll be getting engines fired up in around 20 seconds or so. And you can see how the grandstand's still filling up with everyone ready to watch the racing here. 8 laps of racing then is ahead of us for groups B versus D, as that field will head out onto the circuit, which will see the likes of Oive Venturata and Mika Slabert on the front row of the grid. Eyes will be watching this one now, as the pressure
starts to build in the second half of the day, and you can see the popularity of the arrive and drive here in Malaysia. Crowds coming from far and wide to watch the racing here as the smoke clears under the gantry and the field heads out onto the circuit. It's Venturata and Slavat on the front row of the grid. Hart and Chikarashki from Sedison, and Braden Benedict on the third row of the grid. Row number 4 sees Kojima and Satrio. They will have Francia and Ambrose on row number 5. Dandu and Sheikh will go from that next row of the grid. Row 7 sees Brandon and G and as well. Zeng and Shaw go from row number 8 with Rodriguez, who rounds out that one for Portugal, joined alongside Campbell on that 9th row of the grid. In Japania from Thailand, and Alex Ma go from row number 10. Nelson Matis British and Daniel Zapado on row number 11. Samuel Amadunya and David Adrianyafi go from row number 12 with Matteo Rajo Madison and Valentina Lanza on the 13th row of the grid. Like we say, for all these drivers, they've done one race now. This is going on to their second race. At the moment, your winners in the intermediate classification so far have been one, the pole sitter from time qualifying, Simba Matoda. The other is from the driver from New Zealand, who starts this one on the second row of the grid. Tommy Hart has taken a race win so far, and he's going to be one to keep a very close eye on in this one. I have always said it time in and time out, no matter what circuit we go to, no matter what part of the world we go to, P3, I think, is always the second best place to start in the race. You're right behind the pole sitter, you've got the inside line. If you keep that door close, you can deny the person who's in second place that chance to go down the inside. So we always see that one to the racing, but right now it's all about these drivers here in this early stage. Points do matter in this early stage. You don't want to be coming away with a bad result in one of these races. You want to be putting yourselves in a really strong position. For all these drivers, this is their second of 3 races they're going to have today. That really middle point now. This is where it gets a bit interesting going into, of course, tomorrow. They will have the B finals, and then, of course, the finals. There is no progression from the B final. So it's all about getting into that top 36. So let's see what happens then. Into the final corner. Oiva Venturata on pole position, joined by Mika Slavat. Let's see how this one will transpire there. Pasquale Lupoli ready to start that lights procedure. Buttons at the ready. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1, and once more it's a good start for Venturata, but the question is, can he maintain that lead this time around in the early stage of the race? Tommy Hart immediately has slotted into second place. It's exactly what he did earlier on, and he's looking to see if he can repeat that win from earlier on in this race. But again, it's a long way to go right now. He's just got to settle down in this early stage. Christian Saracen has had a good run in the start of this one. He's there into third place. He's had a very good start to his race as they head down that infield straight for the first time. It is still Venturata who leads the way comfortably at the front, but Tommy Hart still on the charge there in second place in this early phase. Rest of the pack there coming through the chicane. Nice shot there as they all try to gain places in this early stage. 1 or 2 drivers have pushed their way forward. Some drivers have not had the start of this race they would have wanted. Looks like Arafat Sheikh there just had a bit of a long wait there to get through sector number 2, so possibly had a moment on that lap. Out of the final corner, and a smattering of investigation flags going out already as we see big movers through the fields and big losses through the fields as well. Venturata holding on to the lead, but it's hard from Serison. Kojima from Chigaraski, Slavat from Trio. Soto is there as well in 8th place. Ambrose in 9th, and Braden holding on to the top 10. Change for the lead. Tommy Hart's got through. He's in now to the race lead on this one. Oiva Venturata will have to dig deep here to try and fight back through into the race lead, but right now he's going to make it very difficult. Down the inside there in the background, that is a change for third place. Is that Chigarashki on the charge now, and that's the change, sorry, for 4th place. Chigarashki past Kojima, and that is him up now into P4 back where he originally started this race. Up the hill they go through the triple left-hander here over the bridge, and Tommy Hart here now is looking to take the lead of the intermediate classification. He's going to look at 100 points to his name if he can get 2 wins out of 2 right now. He'll be looking very, very strong into the latter half of the day for his last qualifying heat, which might see him starting on pole for that flag. Investigation flag, though, going out to Dominic Braden. Now, that's an interesting one. Now, he's currently there in 10th place. He is down 4 places here, so did something happen out in there? Venturata having to go defensive. Sanderson trying to attack around the outside, heading over the curb. Chigaraski tries to go for the move, but it's countered immediately, and Kojima fights their way through as well. The fight in the background is really heating up there in towards turn number 12, but the eyes still will focus on that lead fight because it's still kicking off there for that fight, but they've settled down now, and just as much as Chigaraski tried to push his way through, he has just dropped himself back into position. So Kojima now tumbling down to 7th place, is back where they originally started, but still on the fight in this race. Venturata there holding on to 2nd place, but this fight here is still in control at the front here. Tommy Hart is clear now by 1 full second from the rest of the field. It's New Zealand who leads the way from Finland and Denmark in this early laps of the race. Lap 4 of 10 we are on now, and you can see there the composure still there for the drivers at the front runners. Tommy Hart again, fastest lap of the race for the driver from New Zealand. No drama there, says Tommy Hart. He is looking to continue to break away here at the front of the field. That gap has come down though fractionally on this lap. Venturata has closed it back down to 9/10 of a second, back down the inside. There in the background is that Chigaraski again on Slava trying to push his way through, and there goes Kojima getting through as well. Ambrose will be able to close in on this fight as well. This is really starting to get a little bit interesting there with inside that top 10, and I mean these are important fights that these drivers are happening here. They are fighting to keep these karts in and around that top 36. Of course, they do not want to be placed in that B final. That B final will not see them go to the A final. It's all about the A final for these drivers. That's the one they're focusing on here. And right now, it is just a case of seeing what happens at the end of this one, but we'll have to wait and see. Hart's gap holds at 9/10 of a second. Venturata holding on there to the battle in the background. A little bit of kicking off there. Kojima, Slavat and Ambrose getting involved in a tangle there for P5, 6, 7 and 8. They are all fighting there for position. This further up the road you can see now Cedersen's got Vino just behind. They're fighting for position right now. Chigaraski leads that second group here. Slavat's close behind. He's not been able to close right in. Kojima and Ambrose, though, are still very close in that fight just behind as well. Eyes on some movers in the background of the field. Biggest mover out there. I mean, we mentioned this name earlier on. We're going to mention it again. It may have been a tough qualifying for him, but Fabian Azevedo here is on another 7th place gain and is there in P15 currently. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one. If that's a dedicated drive to get up into that A final, I don't know what it is, but we'll have to wait and see here. Eyes on this, and Satrio is all over the rear bumper here of Sanderson. The driver from Denmark is going to have to dig deep right now to try and battle off the driver from Indonesia. Mika Vino here all over that rear bumper as they go through in towards turns 10. It's where you start to really wind up the power here now. Out of turn number 11, down the infield straight. Big braking zone here in towards turn 12, but none of the drivers seemingly going for that attack just yet. You can see the fight still happening in the background. You can see a big fight happening here in the background that is being led at this moment by the likes of Danish Chen. Danish Chen is currently in 12th place. He's holding off the likes of Sujana Dandu. Zheng Jihan as well is there as well. Hamish Campbell's on a 3-place gain. Fabian Azevedo is in that fight as well. So we were talking about that 7th place gain. There is a lot more places to be gained in that mid-pack. Back here at the front, on to lap number 7 now of this race. 6 completed. And Tommy Hart is looking really, really comfortable here at the front, but the gap has come down just that little bit more here. 0.8 of a second now. Venturata trying to get back to this lead fight, but at this moment hasn't done so. Cedersen's just set the fastest lap of the race. Christian there in third place may have the pressure from Mika Vino there in P4, but is continuing that push to try and close in as well to the driver who leads the way by now only 0.7 of a second. This fight here, Slavat Chigarashki fighting through. Kojima still there, Ambrose from Braden, Brandon NG pushing through as well. That massive train still fighting in the background there, which unfortunately has just seen Zheng Xian tumble down just that little bit, lost out to Rodriguez, Azevedo and Campbell as they all push their way through. They're all running still relatively close to each other. The field here only separated by 18.8 seconds. In the world of karting, yes, in motorsport that seems like a lot, but over the course of a 8-lap race, that's still a relatively close-knit group of drivers here. Last lap board is out. Tommy Hart here looking seriously strong. Now, this has put the ball back into the court of course, the pole sitter from qualifying, Simon Matoda. Matoda will need to take the win in this one, even if he out-qualified Tommy Hart. 1 point deficit would be enough for Hart to take the pole position for later on in the weekend. But here now, the fight is on for second place. Here, Christian Cedersen is trying to get past Oiva Venturata. This is Denmark versus Finland here. Two nations that are very close to each other, very well known in the world of motorsports, and right now are going wheel to wheel here over the bridge. But right now, it is still staying line astern between the two of them on this final lap. With one more corner to go, Tommy Hart's going to bring this one to the very end. 100 points to the name. An incredible drive at the end there from the second row of the grid. 2 wins out of 2 for Tommy Hart, and a superb start to the racing this weekend. Oiva Venturata takes P2 ahead of Cedersen, who finishes in P3. Mika Vino takes P4 ahead of Mika Slavat. Thomas Chigarashki holds on to P6 from Dominic Braden. Tierra Kojima takes P8. It's a good race for her. Jamie Ambrose 9th from Brandon NG, who rounds out the top 10 with 3 places gained. Well, a good drive for them. They'll make their way back to Parc Fermé. There's a look at your full classification at the end of that fight. Top 10 we've gone over. Danish Chen, not a bad run in that one. P11 ahead of Hamish Campbell. Stavros Tosos as well for Germany. Takes 13th ahead of Jan Rodriguez. And Sujana Dandu, who rounds out the top 15. Still a strong position there. Fabian Azevedo, 6 places gains, finishing P16 ahead of Injapanya. 2-place gains, finishing P17. Zheng Xihan to 18th place ahead of Alex Ma. Brandon Shaw from Arafat Sheikh, who finished in P21. Hambazunian in 22nd from Adrian Yaffe. Lanza from Raja Madison, who rounds out the top 25. Matish Mush, unfortunately, was a retirement. The 125 not making it to the end. And Adrian Yaffe there actually picked up a technical flag right on the last lap of that race, and that would have meant a retirement at that point, which is a big shame, but I think he still managed to take the checker flag. Thumbs up there for Tommy Hart. Job done, and we will see him out on the track later on today. Last race for them coming up later on for groups B and D in the juniors, that we'll see, of course, those drivers battle once again. There you can see it on your screen. Plenty of racing coming up very, very soon. You can see the A versus C, C versus D coming up as well a little bit later on. So we've got about 5.5 minutes or so before now and the next race. We will see plenty of action coming up. The next races, though, heading out onto the circuit very, very soon. We'll be turning our attention over to the senior category, and that as well has been a very interesting battle that we have seen over the course of the senior races. So of course, we saw groups A and D out earlier on, groups B and C, and there you can see now groups B versus D, which will see Zayn El Homasani and Matic Victor starting alongside. Now, Victor did take the race win earlier on in this group, so will be the one to keep an eye on. The Slovakian who starts this one on the front row of the grid will be one to keep a close eye on. There you can see helmet on, racing off at the moment, just in the foreground there. Lizzie Mentier taking a seat very soon into her kart, and again, strong result for her. She took a P3 in that race earlier on, so she's got 41 points to her name. She's got plenty of work to be doing on the field for this one. Harry Bresnian there, just taking a seat in his wagon, priming himself ready for what this next race will deliver. There you can see Hungary's entry for this one as well. Attila Kalapush as well. He's also had some very strong positionings. But just a reminder of those intermediate classifications going into this one. It is Greg Nilsson who has got the 50 points to the name. Did take that race win. Magic Victor as well. That race win earlier on, who starts as one on the front row of the grid. Kolopek and Tucker, other drivers to keep a close eye on this one. Other drivers in this race, of course, as Mentor, as we were talking about, will be close one to see out onto the circuit, as there again, that previous race just coming back in onto the circuit. Other drivers a little further down in the order here, just getting their seats taken. Every one of these drivers has got a fighting chance of getting their name right up to the top step of this field. Other drivers like Karine Kaur, the number 54 machine for Singapore, again, certainly one to keep a close on. She's been fighting her way quite nicely through this field. Estonia's Aaron Cavillo as well, certainly a contender to keep a very close eye on, but it is that front half of the field that is looking mighty fine, primed and ready to go. And last few words of encouragement there to Lizzie Mentier at the start of this race, and like you say, really strong results earlier on, and hopefully she can continue that momentum going on into this next one. Like we say, for these drivers now, it is a long run into tomorrow, of course. They've got this heat to do. They've got good points to put on the board. The last race later on today, and then what will be a very busy day tomorrow on Sunday, of course. For Sunday, we have got those B finals. If the drivers have made it into the top classes for those in the juniors and the seniors, they're all good. They're straight into it. It's absolutely fine. They'll be fighting for that top running spot. For any drivers who make it into the B final, which will be anyone outside of the top 36, like I mentioned, there's no progression from there, but they will still get that chance to fight in that B final. But the podiums will all be about that A final later on in the weekend. But for all these drivers, we will see plenty of action. And while we wait for that next race as well, remind you of some of the highlights that may have happened from that previous race. There was a couple of big movers that had happened over the course of that previous race, which saw everyone pushing through. There was big movers all the way throughout it. You can see the start of this race here. Lightning start for Venturata. No drama for him initially at the word go for him at the start of this one, but it was all about Tommy Hart. Tommy Hart had that pace from the word go. He got that overtake done while I was looking at the timing screen, unfortunately, so I actually missed that overtake, but still managed to squeeze his way through into the race leader, despite the efforts from Venturata to say, come on, let's fight with each other. It was then later on that he managed to lose out on that lead. Venturata held on to second place. This is a good result still for him, as he's going to head up to third in those points. Still a solid end for it, but he certainly did have to fight for him. Christian Sellison a 2-place gain, and there you could just see in the background Mika Vino on a 4-place gain, rounding out that top 4. It's a really strong drive there for the driver from Indonesia, but still a very strong drive there. Checker flag going out at that point, but the next race very soon coming up, and that we'll see there on your screen all the mechanics for that next race, priming themselves ready. They don't need to worry about starting the karts on this one, of course. The drivers do that themselves. The green button on the left-hand side of the driver, they'll press that once, down with the old throttle, and away it goes. And hopefully you can see there a bit of smoke, so drivers getting those karts fired up as Arrive and Drive Senior qualifying heat B versus D is the next one to head out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup as the field once more makes their way on track. It is Zain El Homasani back on pole position. He sits third in the points. What can he do from there? Can he get that name to the top of the points in this one? He's got Matis Victor alongside the winner for the previous race earlier on. Lizzie Mentier out of P3 earlier on. We'll have Harry Breslian starting alongside Ethan Seto, and Attila Kalaposh go from row number 3. Diego Gama and Tiger Tokuoka go from row number 4. Gianna Pascal and Demian Baez go from row number 5. Aaron Cavillo and Mustafa Mulder go from row number 6. They'll have Shreya Anuras and Zhang Zhaoxian from China on row number 7. Corinne Kaur and Lorenzo Lopez go from row number 8. They'll have Justin Donaldson and Yaroslav Karapov on row number 9. Adriano Vera and Isabella Rapezzi go from row number 10. They'll see Mia Oler and Georgi Samalashvili on row number 11. Adam Holmes and Gerardo Moreno go from row number 12. They'll see Moksum and Ian Chong on row number 13. Hong Kong and Macau at the back of the grid there. Once again, Pasquale Lupoli, race director here, primed and ready at the start of the grid for this one. All the drivers out on circuit now, looking to see what they can do in their second of 3 races. Points will certainly be very important at this stage as everyone fights for their chance to get up to the top section of this race. Right now, pressure most definitely on for the rest of the field here as they square themselves away ready for this racing. Right now, for the seniors, of course, they've packed a good punch in this one. Plenty of power on board for the senior category as they prime themselves ready to go for this racing. But we wait and see what happens for the field as they get themselves sorted out and ready to go. Senior class now in a very good position here as they go through. For all of these drivers here, just a case of seeing what points they can get on the board. Matis Victor here in a really strong position at the front of the field. Just have to wait and see how this one progresses for them. Into the tram lines. Are we going racing this time around? Let's wait and see. As it is lights out, we are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start once again for Zain El Homasani. No drama here as he's pushing through nicely there at the sharp end of this field. He has got Lizzie Mentier once more. They're into second place. This is a much better start again for Lizzie Mentier. She did drop down to third place, but she fought back at the end of that second one. If she can maintain it here now, potentially go for that lead move in the early stages of this race, that'll be nicely done. Bit of drama in the background. One car there going off the track and getting it back on the all yellow machine there, as I think that might have been Yaroslav Karpov there who's brought it back onto the circuit. Fights at the front here. 3-car breakaway right now. And you can see how race winner from earlier on, Matis Victor, has held on to that one. Big look down the inside there. That was Aaron Cavillo of Estonia looking down the inside. The number 11 machine. And a really big dive there in the early stages of that race. But again, this is the best time to get those big overtakes in. It's very, very easy at this early stage to lose places. So if you can find yourself pushing forward, you're in a really good spot. Breakaway for the top 3. El Homasani, Mentier and Victor. They are 1, 2, 3 right now and clear by 1 second from Ethan Seto in 4th place. Who Seto is leading the entire train further back as El Homasani hits it on the anchors, denies Mentier move down the inside, and Matis Victor there nearly round the outside. Now that's brought everyone into play. Ethan Seto, as quickly as there was a huge gap between them, He's closed right in now. So this is incredible stuff. Ethan Seto is on the rear bumper of Matis Victor as Matis Victor goes to the attack of Lizzie Mentier. Mentier looks to the inside, it's not close enough, stays in second place. And now you've got Gamma there. Bresnian is there as well from Australia, also trying to get involved. The whole pack's here, back to play in lap number 2. And this is all spanning from that one defensive posture from El Homasani at the front of this one. They were very, very slow in that second sector. And it's come through on my timing screen here. The top 3 lost a lot of time there, while the rest of the field behind all gained massively on these runners. Lizzie Mentier is on the charge, and she's looking for it again in towards turn number 4. Not going to happen. Sato on the outside there for P3 on Victor, but Victor slams the door closed. Sato squeezed to the outside. Gamma's going to try and go through, and does go through. Well, no, it doesn't go through. Stays behind just at this moment. All of these drivers here still pushing in this early stage. There's a huge fight for all of these drivers just in the background there. They're too wide to the inside, though. It's Matis Victor into P2. Mentier trying to go on the attack, wasn't able to do so, and is now lost out on second place. And El Homasani now has broken away at that top section. Now the gap's open up to half a second here. There's been a bit of drama in the background there. I think maybe Moksum may have had a bit of a coming together with possibly Ian Chong there. Those two think may be okay, still in the race, but they've tumbled down just that little bit between the two of them. But still, for El Homasani here, the gap holds at 0.4 of a second, but this was the gap that Matis Victor was able to close in earlier on. And there you saw very close up there, Lizzie Mentier trying to get involved in this fight. But still just sits behind for the moment. Ethan Seto holding on to P4 here. It's all simmered down now after that initial defensive lunge, but I can imagine it's going to close in once more. Big trainer carts there going through. You can see how bumpy it is. See the nose cones buffeting up and down on the tarmac here at the LYL Circuit in Malaysia. Big look at that massive pack coming through under the bridge now. This is all Gianna Pascal, Diego Gamma, Harry Bresnian there as well, Aaron Cavillo pushing through. Mustafa Mulder on a 3-place gain now. Lorenzo Lopez, 6 places gained, is currently circulating on P10 right now. But the biggest mover still Adam Holmes from Ireland. That's a 7-place gain right now. Just a little further back in that field. Fight here. Mentier's closed in once more on Matis Victor. El Homasani is holding on to a half a second lead from these two behind. Action on this one, big lock of oversteer there. Now was that Bresnian? I think it was the Australian who tried to look down the inside there at turn number 7. Couldn't quite get it stopped there on the brakes and has stayed in position of P6 right now. Big boots up the backside there for the number 6. Now that is Zhao Zhen fighting along nicely at this moment. Now that is the fight for 13th place. I think that was Antilla Kalapush who was trying to push his way through, and it's not been the best race at the moment for Kalapush. It's a 9-place drop in the field. It's currently circulating in P15. She's lost out to Kareem Cool after that fight as well. On to lap number 6 of this race. El Homasani, they're in the lead. The gap has come down once again, 0.3 of a second. Now Lizzie Mentier wasn't able to get the overtake done on El Homasani. Can Matis Victor do something similar to what he did in that race earlier on, as Pascal now sets the fastest lap of the race? She's there in P5. She is just behind this fight, actually. Ethan Seto is there still in P4. So Gianna Pascal's looking very quick. Might have a real good opportunity here to push forward. The gap is nothing now. Look at that under-braking. Matis Victor under-braking as launching his attack now on Zain El Homasani. El Homasani now will really have to think about a defensive posture here, but we're at the halfway point of this race here. Be very early on to go for the attack. If he was to do that straight away, But right now, he's holding on to that normal racing line there, just behind the fighting through. Harry Bresnian of Australia, purple in sector 1. Look to see if he can take the fastest lap of this race. He can't. That once again goes to Gianna Pascal, the young lady from South Africa, who is on a 4-place gain right now in P5. It's looking very, very quick. She set another fastest lap of the race, and there is confirmation of it on your screen. 106.819. It's incredible pace, this fight in the background here. Look at this scrap for position. Incredible stuff. Justin Donaldson there in the all yellow. He was the driver actually went off, and there's going to be the change for the lead. It's going to happen once again at turn 12. Zainal Homassani down to P2 once more. Matish Victor takes the lead away and is going to look for 100 intermediate classification points. Once more is going to put the ball back into Zach Tucker and Nilsson's side of the court. Of course, well, that's the juniors I'm talking about there. Yeah, so these drivers here will have to push through in that second race to see what they can do about this fight. But Zainal Homassani might be able to do something about it before that happens, because he's on that rear bumper into turn 4, not close enough for an attack into the braking zone here. You can see the water that's still accumulated in the curbs. As down the inside, he's gone for it. That's for the lead. Mentier's gone through as well. They're side by side, and that is your race leader, Matish Victor, who's gone down the order now. And it's once again Zainal Homassani who leads the way. Lizzie Mentier, though, is on the attack. She's going to go the inside line. On the exit, she's fighting for the lead, but she can't quite get that nose down the inside just yet. She stays behind, but there is still a while to go in this race. And Seto is now there into 3rd place. Bresnian is holding on. He's got there into P5. He's just got past Gianna Pascal. So Pascal now is down to P6. But is still in this fight, and Zainal Homassani lives to fight on another lap in this race. On to lap number 9. 8 laps completed. The last lap board will be out to the drivers this time around. Can Lizzie Mentier do something about it? This is that moment in the background there. That, unfortunately, is the likes of Justin Donaldson going for the move. That has not worked out too well for them. You can see the conversations happening here as we were seeing the overtake there for El Homassani and Matish Victor fighting away. But eyes on the front, there is that fight. Victor is with Seto now. But this fight here, Mentier and El Homassani, this is the lead fight right now. And Mentier, she dug deep in that first race, but had to come away and settle for a P3. This time around, she's fighting for a P1. Can Zainal Homassani last one more lap in the lead of this race? We'll have to wait and see. The gap at this moment is 0.3 of a second between the two of them. But will it close in as they go through over the start-finish line? Last lap board comes out now. The fight for 3rd place is still on there in the background as well. Matish Victor is holding on to that one for the time being. But it's all eyes on that front field right now. The top 2 tantalizingly close, but Sato there just nearly leaves the door open in the background. That could have allowed Bresnian to push his way through, and he's under pressure from Gianna Pascal as well. So the fight's still on here for the drivers in front, but Seto continuing to pile on that pressure to Matish Victor just ahead. But it's not going to happen, I don't think, on this lap. Here, though, El Homassani and Lizzie Mentier fighting at the front. They are clear now by 1.2 seconds from 3rd place. But Mentier, I don't think she's going to be close enough. A P2 is still a good chunk of points in the board. She will still head up to 3rd in the points as well with 85 points to her name. But it will be Zainal Homassani who will take the lead of the intermediate classifications. 94 points to his name. It's El Homassani who wins the 2nd of the senior races ahead of Lizzie Mentier. Matish Victor, despite the win earlier on, will have to settle for a 3rd place in the 2nd race. Ethan Seto takes P4 out of Harry Bresnian. Gianna Pascal from Aaron Cavillo rounds out the top 7. A 4th-place gain there ahead of Diego Gama, who finishes in P8. Tiger Tokuoka finishes in 9th place ahead of Mustafa Mulder, who rounds out the top 10 with a 2-place gain. Well, that's a solid drive there for Zainal Hermasani, and we will see those full classifications there on your screen. The pressure is not over yet for these groups of groups B versus D. They have got one more race to go later on in the day. So once again from that shot you can see the clouds that loom not very far away from the Malaysian circuit here. Rest of the field going through there. Lopez with a 5th-place gain finishes in P11 ahead of Nunes, who finishes in P12. And then it is Kalapos who rounds out the top 13th. Result the driver from Hungary will have liked. A 7-place deficit drops to 13th place out of Karine Kaur's 14th. And Zhang Xiaozhen finishing in 15th place. Mia Allaire, good run in that one, a 5-place gain ahead of Adam Holmes. There is an investigation flag out though, and that does go to the driver of the number 16 machine. That is Georgi Samalashvili, who I can imagine won't be too pleased with that one. Justin Donaldson, 20th place from Yaroslav Karpov. So Moreno from Vera, Samalashvili from Chong, and Moksum, who rounds out the 26 karts that finished that race. And good news is that it was 26 karts that finished that race, as one of our technical team there assisting Matic Victor there. That kart didn't look like it wanted to stop there, but has managed to get it stalled now and heads into the weighbridge. Well, a very feisty battle in that one, which saw the top runners really scrapping away for those positions. You can see everyone else there waiting to push themselves through. Mia Olaire just jumping out of the kart there. You can see him on his on the Energy Core suit there, but of course running on the Cosmic chassis this weekend. Of course, a lot of these drivers have raced not only around Europe but around the world, but plenty of action to be seen. Let's have a look back at some of the action from that race. It was a fair chunk of it from the field, all the way from the word go. Of course, Zainal Hermasani, right at the get-go, was able to get that run down the inside line. There was no drama there. He had a clean run all the way throughout. Did have to contend, though, with Lizzie Mentier in those early stages of the race, as everyone else was able to push their way through. It was a bit of a feisty race for Justin Donaldson. That first lap saw him going a little bit backwards. Unfortunately, would bounce back through as he would try to push his way in those early stages of the race. This moment here, very early on the brakes for Zainal Hermasani. Lizzie Mentier nowhere to go. Really brought in Matic Victor and the rest of the drivers as well. Ethan Seto and Breslian as well. They all managed to close in that early stage of the fight. There was that boot at the backside for Zhang Xiaozhen from China. And probably a bit uncomfortable there into the braking zone of turn number 12, but kept his head in that fight and still stayed in a strong position there of P15. Last lap board went out. Mentier tried to get something done here, just not close enough on that final lap. 0.3 of a second was the gap throughout that last lap on this one. It was all about just trying to keep that kart in the straight and narrow, keep it on the island and come away with those points, and that's exactly what both of those top two drivers did before those clouds loom off in the background there. But still, with that result, Zainal Hermasani does take the provisional lead of the intermediate classification. But of course, the ball is very much back into the side of the court for the driver who won earlier on in the racing, Nud Nielsen of Denmark. Can we see that name fight at that sharp end? Well, we'll have to wait and see for that one, as the next race is only about a minute or so away. It will be the junior qualifying heat A versus C that is coming out very, very soon. And for these drivers here, this is their penultimate race of their racing, which will see the likes of Simba Matoda, who took the win earlier on, back on that front row of the grid, and joined by Italy's Andrea Galimberti. There you can see the viewing spots there. I believe that's actually the outdoor briefing room here. There is the front of the pre-grid, ready with the drivers. They're already sitting down. They're ready to go. They're doing that job nicely there. And, of course, for all of these drivers focusing themselves ready for these races. Michael Lederer there as well. Had a tough race earlier on, did Lederer, and hopefully this time around could come around with a better result here. The driver from Austria, Gustav Christensen, as well from Sweden, also I believe had a bit of a tough race early on as well. We're seeing some smoke kick up there, so it looks like drivers very soon heading out onto the circuit. You can still see those helmets there, prime themselves ready. In fact, I can see the top of the helmet there of Didier Kreeft in the 127 machine. As juniors qualifying heat A versus C is engines on, and then make their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup. Simon Matoda and Andrea Galimberti go from row number 1. Michael Lederer and Gustav Christensen go from row 2, with Anian Singh and Troy Ferguson on row number 3. Conrad Garrow and Branislav Rentka go from row number 4. There we'll see Jack Larson and Didier Kreeft on row number 5. Chong Kar-hei and Sa Doran go from row number 6. There we'll see Jack McLaughlin and Porsche Anna Chuckle on row number 7. Eshwant Vengagetson and Raheli Malulu go from row number 8. They will have Sanjan Dandu and Raimi Guzman on row number 9. Choi Mun-sung and Kim Shah go from row 10. They'll have Leon Yer and David Conquest on row number 11. Camila Neto and Marcus Papp go from row number 12. Keep an eye on Marcus Papp, had a really good race earlier on for the driver from Hungary. Max Soler and Erin Lee round out the 13 rows, 26 car field out on the circuit. Still pressure on for these drivers to really showcase what they have got to deliver. I mean, they're only on their formation laps. It already looks like they're racing at this point, so trying to get the temperature into those tyres. Now, usually, I am not seeing 121 machine clocking up on my screen. There is Matoda. Now, is the 121 machine out on circuit? If so, there is a transponder problem. If not, we've got a missing driver from our grid, and that's certainly not very good news at the start of this one. We'll have to wait to see at the start of it to see if we can see that 121 machine. Yeah, that is a big shame if Galimberti is not there. Now is apparently clocking up on my screen. So was that potentially a moment on the pre-grid for Galimberti, but is not coming through the sectors at this moment. So yeah, the 121's missing. Galimberti is not there. This field is still very spread out, and back of the grid is not formed up at all. Yeah, they're going around again straight away. Pasquale Lupoli not happy with that start, and he says, you know, where are you? You've all gone too fast. You've got to slow it down on those formation laps. You've got your out lap, absolutely fine. The out lap is your time to go full bore, get the temps in the tyres, get the temps in the engines. Formation lap, though, you've got to back the pack up. You've got to get it all nice and close. And there you were saying there from Pasquale Lupoli, showcasing to the field, not happy at all. He's saying the pack's far too spread out. We've got to slow it down. So Simon Matoda, of course, who is the pole sitter for this one, has that responsibility of slowing the pack down. I can see that Galimberti is now out on circuit, so that's actually some really good news. The Italian is on track. Now, is Galimberti in that front row positioning? There's Gonzalo Planta on your screen. He's trying to slow the front of the pack down. They should already be slow at this point, really, getting themselves ready to slow down for the red line. And right now, just trying to suss out where Galimberti is at this point. It's a flutter of numbers out there. It's quite hard to pinpoint it. Just coming into shot. Perfect, says Galimberti, right before the red line. The Italian, who was due to start on the front row of the grid, finds himself back exactly where he wants to be. Well, that's a great sight to see. And let's see if it's going to be lights out for their second attempt at a start this time around. Into the tram lines, are we racing? The answer is yes, as they head down in towards turn number 1. Simo Matoda immediately sweeps to the outside there, takes the optimal line through turns 1 and 2, and it is still a good start there for Galimberti. Has slotted into second place, despite the best efforts from Michael Lederer, and the 105 machine has not been able to get that kart down the inside in towards turn number 1 and 2, has slotted there just further behind. Rest of the field going through the first couple of corners into the chicane for the first time at turns number 8 and 9 and 10, and it's everyone having a strong start here. Big looks to the inside of turn 12 at the hairpin. Are we going to see a fluttery of overtakes? I'm sure the answer to that will be yes. For Simo Matoda here, this is going to be a really interesting race and a really important race as well. Of course, Simo Matoda is at this moment in a battle with Tommy Hart from New Zealand. Hart has taken 2 qualifying heat wins out of 2 so far, with 1 more to go, which we'll see, of course, Groups A versus B. Those 2 will battle against each other. But it's a really important race in this one. Simo Matoda needs to continue that lead trend, and at this moment is doing just that. Eyes on then as Matoda, Galimberti and Christensen go across the line 1, 2, 3. Ferguson's gone to 4th. Singh's there in P5 from Garrow. Michael Lederer again has had a tough start here, has dropped down to 7th place, but I'm sure keeping that head strong and focusing on the job in hand, looking forward. Jack Larson from Sardaran goes 8th and 9th, and it is at the moment Porsche and a Chackle who holds on to this one, as drama going there for Gustav Christensen. Loses out to Ferguson and Singh. They go through as the fight is on still here. Further back in the field, you see Jack Larson there getting involved in that top fight. So all starting to kick off as round, a spin in the chicane, and 2 karts facing the wrong direction. Karts scatter left, right and centre. That's Lederer and Duran there. That is Austria and France tumbling to 25th and 26th in this race. Duran and Lederer tangling there through the chicane, and they're out of this contention of this fight, and that's a big shame for them. 1 bad result in these races could spell disaster for their chances of getting into the A finals tomorrow, and that has put a real spanner in the works there. But the rest of the field they're seemingly avoiding. Change for 3rd place down the inside. That's a big move there. A big move for Aryan Singh from the UAE, has got past Troy Ferguson, and that is a huge move there into 3rd place. Ferguson's not going to give this one up though. Is he going to look to the inside of 12? The answer is no. He's going to stay there in the 140 machine. Christensen now though could have a chance of closing in. He is there with Garrow in tow. That's 5th and 6th place right now, who might also like a chance of getting involved in this fight. But my question remains, how is Andrea Galimberti looking on Simo Matoda? The gap at this moment is only 0.4 of a second between 1st and 2nd place, but it's the pace that's intriguing me. Slightly faster was Galimberti into Sector 1 on this lap. Slightly faster was Galimberti into Sector 2 on this lap, but it's Sector 3. Simo Matoda is faster in that final sector, and any effort Galimberti is able to do, he fights it back down the inside. Ferguson retakes 3rd place. Aryan Singh unable to defend it down into that braking zone at turn 4. Despite that fastest lap of the race, he's going to lose out on 3rd place, as Ferguson for the USA is back on the charge and back into P3. That overtake, though, is going to help out the drivers behind. Christensen and Garrow will have a chance to close in here. And they already have done. There you can see them right behind. No time wasted whatsoever trying to get involved in that lead fight. And you can see how Simo Matoda is still just there, and he's not out of the woods yet. The gap's only 0.3 of a second. Galimberti is continuing to pile on that pressure, but it is this 3rd sector again, and I'm looking at the sector times here. He's fast at Sector 1, fast at Sector 2, Sector 3, where they really wind it through that final corner. Over the line they go, and yeah, once again, it's faster for Simo Matoda. So again, as soon as Galimberti gains it through Sector 1 and 2, Matoda just has that pace. Big dive there down the inside. That's Garrow on Christensen, and just as they were fighting, oh, here we go, this is for the lead. Galimberti came out of nowhere, Galimberti may have lost out on some time, but now he's fighting for the lead as down the inside Ferguson trying to get second place, but that's not going to happen. And as quickly as they gain that time, it's all lost again. So was that a slight error from Simba Matoda then into that braking zone? Because the gap over the line was 0.3 of a second. How on earth was Galimberti close enough to go for the attack? And, well, he's still close enough to go for the attack here. Right on that rear bumper, through the chicane and up the hill to the inside line there. That's just in the background. That's still the fight going on there. Christensen, Larson there involved in the one for Garrow holding on to it, but Christensen trying to get that nose down the inside again. Back on the front here. Race time nearly running out here. We're going on to lap number 6 of 8 right now. Seems to have simmered down just that little bit, but is Galimberti going to go for another attempt here on the race leader? Well, Matoda goes defensive. So do them in the background there, and Ferguson nearly lost out to Garrow. They're 3 wide on the exit. My goodness me, how did they make that work? And, well, Ferguson holds on to that fight, but they're losing a significant amount of time to the drivers further up the road. This is not good at all for their fights of getting into the top form. Ferguson goes defensive here down the inside. Garrow immediately tries to fight back as well. Christian to the inside. Larson trying to get involved as well. The fight at the front still heating up as C is trying to still close in on Galimberti and Mota. That's still a fight that is raging on. But Christensen lost out big style there. He dropped down to 7th place. Oh my, look at that massive rain cloud that's only just behind the main pit lane here. That is closing in on the circuit. Are we going to be expecting a short, sharp rain shower very soon here in this race? Well, that will certainly put a new dynamic into the racing here. But still on this one, Ferguson looking for the move on Garrow, but can he get it done? The answer is no. Into turn 4, Garrow holds on for one more lap through that first sector. Back at the lead here, Galimberti continuing to pester Simba Matoda. Matoda, of course, is looking to defend this spot all the way to the very end, but they're still fighting in the background. Ferguson to the inside of Garrow. Ferguson on the brakes. Garrow round the outside. Is going to carry it around the outside. Incredible defensive posture there from Conrad Garrow of Singapore. Has held on to 4th place despite the efforts of the American from Ferguson. Troy Ferguson unable to get that car down the inside in each and every attempt. Jack Larson from Australia is trying to get involved in it. Larson right there in that yellow helmet is sitting very, very comfortably to try and go for the attack here on Troy Ferguson. Out of the final corner, he'll have the slipstream and they'll see the last lap board as well. And that always turns the dial up to 11. Here though, Matoda still continues to fight off Galimberti. Will there be a defensive posture though from the race leader in this early stage or this late stage of the race? Will he defend from Galimberti, or will Galimberti go for the move? Still the fight for Ferguson and Larson rages on, but we focus our attention to the front 2, to the inside. Galimberti, he went for the move there. Did he get it complete? The answer's no. Galimberti has stayed in 2nd place as they continue this fight. Simba Matoda will have a chance here to go to the very end of this race, but the gap still stays at just 0.2 of a second. Up and over the bridge they go, down the hill, but it's not going to be enough for that fight in the front. Matoda's going to join Tommy Hart with 100 points, which means we fight on to the very last race to see who starts on pole position for the A final tomorrow. It's Simba Matoda, P1, ahead of Andrea Galimberti. Aryan Singh takes 3rd, ahead of Conrad Garrow. Jack Larson from Troy Ferguson rounds out the top 6, ahead of Gustav Christensen. Porsche Anna Chuckle with 6 places gained, finishes in P8 out of Jack McLaughlin's 4. And it is Kian Saar who gained an incredible 10 places there. The driver from India from P20 to P10. That's an incredible drive through the field and an incredible race there in the 30-degree heat here with the chance of a brief and quick rain shower. You can still see behind us. Look at that rain that is only just behind the main pit lane here. There's your full results. At the end of it, though, the top 10 we've gone over. 11th place is Didier Kreeft in P11. Sanjana Dandu from Lionier. Malula rounding out P14 on a 2-place gain. Venga Getson rounding out P15 ahead of John Carhay. Then it is Renka from Olaire Daron, who did recover back to 19th place after that spin in the early phase of it. Guzman finishing in 20th place from Marcus Papp. Neto from Choi. Lee from Conquest, and Michael Leder, unfortunately, from the second row of the grid, tumbling to 26th place and right to the back. That is a huge shame there. There, though, on your screen, Simba Matoda over the weighbridge, thumbs up for the weight, and that is all good on that front. And it's all down to that last junior race later on, of course, where we will see the likes of Simba Matoda battle away with the likes of Oiva Venturata. They will be the pole runners, but crucially, it will be Simba Matoda versus Tommy Hart, who will be on that A versus B race later on today. That's going to be one to certainly watch, so we'll keep a very close eye on that race. But let's take a look back at some of the action from that race. The highlights from the juniors qualifying heat A versus E, that once again sees Simba Matoda at the sharp end and joins Tommy Hart, joints on 100 points each to their name, as their fighting went on for quite some way. The start of that race, brilliantly done from Simba Matoda. No drama there whatsoever. Was able to go through, as I'm getting reliable sources coming from the track that the rain has started to fall. Big thanks there to Mark Quivlin, who's out there at the bridge, who's saying that the rain is now starting to tumble here in Malaysia as we watch these highlights from that race. Galimberti, a good fight for him over the course of that top section. He was able to hold on to second place with a large majority of that one, was able to fight through to the top. But it was all about Aryan Singh, Conrad Garrow, Jack Larson, Troy Ferguson and Gustav Christensen. They were fighting away massively at that sharp phase. The rain, you can see that was starting to close in, and as I've been told, now starting to fall here at the circuit. And not sure of the intensity of that rain for the moment, but well, here in this part of Southeast Asia with the high humidity, rain showers can be short and sharp but incredibly severe in terms of their quantity of rain that they can drop, and right now that is one of those worries for us. But here now we still focus on the racing that comes up ahead, but I can imagine there's going to be a little bit of discussion happening down there on the pre-grid ahead of the next race. But all of those drivers still holding on firmly to that one. And Simba Matoda joining Tommy Hart with both 100 points to their name. And they, of course, will be racing later on. Now that camera view there, it's raining quite a lot, I would say, from that camera view. And that means, well, a track that is now going to be, I can imagine, soaking wet, and this is not good for the next group of drivers. Of course, the last race before that second break before we go out, which will see us back, of course, at 3:35, sorry, I should say, local time here in Malaysia for the final rotation of heat. But there you can see, oh wow, yeah, we've really been hit there. And that rain coming down quite significantly here at the LYL circuit in Malaysia. We were thinking it was going to hit around 2 o'clock. We were only about an hour's out. It's hit around 3 o'clock here at the circuit. But that's, yes, here in Malaysia, a significant amount of precipitation that has hit the circuit here. And, yeah, that is going to mean then a frantic change, I think, for tyres down there on the pre-grid. You can see the drivers are out of the karts now. The question is, do they have the wet tyres with them? That's the question. Now, unfortunately, they're not allowed to work on the pre-grid. They have to leave the pre-grid to be able to change these tyres. Now, I have seen this on occasion where, in fact, actually, I can tell you exactly when it was. It was Campos for the FIA Karting European Championship in Campos in Spain, southern Spain. We had dry running all the way throughout. We had a race that was about to go out on track. Then the heavens opened. It started raining. And, of course, there was a big, like, well, we can't go out on slicks. We've got to change to wet tyres. And that time was, of course, swapped out. They would push the drivers out. They actually sent out the next race that had already got themselves wet tyres on board and then put themselves on the pre-grid. So then we actually ran 2 junior races on top, but we can't do that here right now because the next junior race is Groups C versus D. And unfortunately, Group C have only just got out on track, so they're not even ready yet. You can see there, the graphic at the bottom of the screen, new start time for this race is 3:25, and that is quite a significant wait that we have got here. Now, this race is due to start at 2:55, so that is going to be a significant little break that we have got here, but that is an understandable break that we have got here of a staggering 20 minutes. So, while we wait for that race start time, I would suspect the guys and girls are going to go for a short break out there for the racing. But as you see, that rain continuing to fall here in Malaysia. We were hoping that it was going to stay nice and dry throughout the day. Unfortunately, that has not been the case for the field here. But let's see what will happen then, as we will wait 20 minutes now for the next race to head out onto the circuit. Of course, this will see us back. This will put the timetable back by quite a bit, actually, because all this field now trying to push their way forward in this field. So quite the delay that is happening here, but you can see that rain's not going anywhere anytime soon. But we will take that short break, so do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back with that last of the senior races of Groups A versus C very, very soon. We'll see you in a bit.
One of the most iconic moments of a Formula One Grand Prix weekend takes place here on the podium, and the person in charge for the FIA is Linda. Now, Linda, I think you have one of the hardest jobs in Formula One. 3 adrenaline-fueled drivers straight after the race. It must be like herding cats.
Yes, it's a lot of adrenaline, true, but it's the fun part of it.
Certainly a lot of fun. Now, how soon after the race do you get them out here on these steps?
Well, they don't come here straight after the race. They go to the cool-down room first.
Oh, can we have a look?
Yes, for sure.
Brilliant, let's go.
Wait, hang on a minute, Tom. This is a very important moment here, because this is where we give them the last-minute information, where we brief the drivers, because when they get to the cool-down room, we cannot speak, they are live. So we give them information regarding the trophies or regarding spraying the champagne and everything. So this is where we talk to them.
The champagne,
exactly.
Not on the dignitaries.
Not on the dignitaries, obviously not. Okay, Tom, so this is the cool-down room.
It's not that cool.
That's true, it's quite hot here. So this is where they literally cool down, watch some highlights of the race, they kind of chit-chat together, and they kind of have a drink.
So what, they then go back to the podium?
They go back to the podium, and what you don't see on TV is that they come back after the podium here. Their team are waiting for them here, they get changed, remove their champagne clothes. So yeah, this is when I'm not here, obviously.
And then they go and speak to the media,
yeah,
don't they?
exactly.
Well, should we do what the drivers do and go back to the podium
Let's
now?
go.
Okay.
So before going to the podium, we make sure that the dignitaries are here 6 or 7 laps before the end to make sure that we have time to brief them. It's very high-profile people, so we always make sure that they get a good and concise brief. We tell them what they have to do, what they cannot do, where they're going to stand, what kind of trophy they're going to give to who. So we kind of go through the whole ceremony with them in this short lapse of time.
Okay.
So let's see. Here you are.
Oh, Linda, it is a fantastic view, isn't it? And the atmosphere must be amazing because there's people down there, everyone's shouting.
Flags everywhere.
The drivers are in position here, the winning constructor. What happens next?
So, as I told you, we send the dignitaries when the drivers are in the cool-down room, so everybody's ready when the drivers get announced. Me and my colleague are on both sides of the podium, and we hand the right trophy to the right dignitaries and make sure he hands it to the right driver.
How long does the whole process take?
So we have 2 national anthems, one for the winning driver and one for the constructor, and then we hand the trophies and then champagne.
And then
so
the champagne.
This is where you need to escape. So it takes.
And you have 2 exits.
Exactly. Not every time. So sometimes you get stuck on the podium.
Okay.
Tom, before we go, this is the last thing I have to show you. This is the FIA medal. It's given by our president Mohammed Ben Sulayem to the winning driver.
FIA President Medal, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, the FIA President.
Have a look.
It's heavy, it's very impressive. Linda, thank you very much
My
for
pleasure.
showing us around. It's
pleasure.
an iconic, phenomenal bit really of the Formula One Grand Prix weekend.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Sport is battling a surge in online abuse. Abuse that targets the mental and physical well-being of millions of players, officials, commentators, and journalists. It's an epidemic we cannot ignore. Founded in 2023 by FIA President Mohammed Ben Sulayem, United Against Online Abuse is a research-led campaign and a leading voice in the fight against online abuse in sport. The FIA president is leading an international coalition of over 70 partner organisations, uniting governments, sports bodies, academics, and tech giants. Our mission is to ensure that digital sporting spaces are respectful, inclusive, and safe for everybody. We drive change through research, education, and collaboration to create an environment where sport can be celebrated as an empowering force for good. We work tirelessly to shut down online hate speech, discrimination, and misogyny, and prevent people from turning away from the sport they love. Stand up to the rise of online abuse in sport. Join the United Against Online Abuse coalition. Be part of the solution.
Every kilo matters. That's why it's so important in lap time. Every kilo that your car is lighter is performance that you are winning. Weighing is such an important part of the performance of the car in lap time, acceleration, braking, cornering, that this is in the FIA rules since the very beginning. This is one of the most important key performance parameters in motorsport. So the importance of every kilo, of every gram is paramount for lap time. Different technologies, different construction techniques may imply different weights. The final outcome will be different. So weighing is also a way of equalizing things. Mass is very important for acceleration, deceleration, cornering. So in Formula One circuits we have an influence that can go from 2/10.5 to 4/10, depending on the circuits, per 10 kilos. So every kilo matters. That's why it's so important in lap time. Every kilo that your car is lighter is performance that you are winning. Everyone, basically everyone, at random times and at different times during the weekend, but no car passes an event without being weighed at least once or twice. I would say that the most critical one is during qualifying and post-qualifying, because that's when teams try to set the maximum weight and having the lightest car, and obviously during the race we weigh the cars post-race.
During a live session, the cars are weighed, stopped randomly. We take a total weight of the car and the driver. The car's then released back to the teams. Sort of, it's done on a random basis, so you don't necessarily know if they're going to be stopped, which keeps everybody on their toes. And then after the end of the session, the top 10 cars in qualifying are weighed. We weigh the drivers first, and then the cars are weighed without the drivers. Two weights are added together to make sure that the minimum weight is complied with.
When we choose a car to be weighed during qualifying, for example, we have some panels, marshalling panels in the pit lane entry that will show the number of the car so that the driver knows that he needs to stop at the weighing bridge. Then he will move aside to where the scales are positioned, and he will stop there. And when the hybrid system, the ERS, is safe on the car, and we can check that with a green light on the car is pushed onto the scales. We take the weight, and once the weight reading is stable, the car is released, pushed off the scales, and then the driver can go and continue his qualifying session.
This is the scrutineering garage. It's something we utilise during the qualifying session with the drivers. We have the outside scales where we do all of the car weighing and driver weighing. But during qualifying, there's obviously 3 sessions to that, Q1, Q2, Q3. All of the Q1 and Q2 drivers are weighed in the garage using the driver scales. And then that makes sure that we've got the driver weight and the car weight. We can correct the cars that will stop randomly during the session. After Q1 and Q2, the drivers, they drive their cars back to the garage, they get out the car and they have to come straight down to the FIA garage where we get their weight, with their suit on, their helmet on, all of their sort of driving attire, as it all forms part of the driver weight.
Every time we weigh a car or a driver, there is a receipt that is being handed to them. Well, they hand it over to their engineers, and the engineers use that for keeping up their statistics and also to see if it's matching their own measurements. We have 2 main articles. The first one is the minimum weight, that in Formula 1 is 800 kilos. And there is a second article that is probably less known, that is weight distribution. So there are minimum weights for both the front and rear axle, and that must be respected.
For the drivers?
Every driver for us weighs 82 kilos. That means that if we have a light driver or a heavy driver, there is no difference in performance. So every car is ballasted with his driving equipment, all the apparel, helmet, overall and so on. And his racing seat will add up to 82 kilos for fairness.
So the scales that we use for weighing, they come from a manufacturer, they're calibrated by the manufacturer and serviced annually. And trackside we have what we call reference weights, which we, once the scales are set up, we'll use those reference weights to sort of validate the calibration and make sure that we're seeing the weight we expect to see.
For example, Belgium Grand Prix, the Spa 2024, George Russell wins the race, and during the usual post-race weighing, we find that the car was underweight. That's a big moment because you realize that the guy who has won the race suddenly is going to lose that victory because they are not respecting the minimum weight regulations. It's just stressful as everything in Formula 1 because it's high tension, everything is properly timed. For example, our weighing process is something that is disrupting the qualifying, so we have to be absolutely spot on. So we need to make sure that the car is on the scales as quick as possible, and the car is released as quick as possible. So it's, obviously it's quite stressful.
You've got to have eyes everywhere. One of the biggest challenges is we're in a time-pressured environment. You know, the race finishes and we need to kind of verify as much as possible. You know, it can potentially affect the podium, potentially affect the race result. And whilst we're trying to make sure we get the job done as quickly as possible for the to verify the race result, we also need to make sure we also take our time and make sure the results are correct and accurate from a weigh-in perspective.
When you are within the business, you understand the importance of weight for lap time for performance. Out of the business, you would say, okay, having 1 kilo, 2 kilos, 3 kilos more is not that important. But when you see the influence that it may have on lap time, is when you understand how important is that the cars are always as close as possible to the minimum weight, and also the weight distribution. You try to go optimal for tires, temperature, aero balance, so teams are always straight on the limit. And probably how close you can get to the limit is what is not understandable or not as well explained outside of the paddock.
Well, good afternoon everybody. Here we are at Franciacorta in Italy for the World Karting Championships. My name is Nigel Edwards. I'm the race director for this event with Pasquale Lupoli from Italy. I've been doing this role now for 15 years for the FIA, but I've been a clerk of the course race director for about 25 years, which sounds like a hell of a long time. Stop it, under investigation please, housekeeping. We're a team game. Obviously as a race director, the important bits for us are two things really. One is safety and one is fairness for the competitor. So we need to be making sure that we train and encourage young, new people into our sport. I say Peter is one of those typical people who's been on the high performance FIA program, so he's doing really well so far. I think we're about a year and a bit into that, and I'm sure one day he will become an FIA karting race director.
My name is Pedro Mika and I come from Poland. I started my career in motorsport 17 years ago as a track marshal in Poland. Now I am a race director and steward on the national level. HPP allows me to get extra knowledge and extra experience gained from the best race directors in the FIA.
My ambition in the future is working with the best to gain experience from them.
My name is Matteo Pedini and I'm the FIA Sport Officials Manager. This program wants to prepare the next generation of FIA officials. Of course, we want to help the different candidates to learn the skills and the mindset that they need to work on the World Championship. It's part of our mission as a FIA to make sure that every different championship has the high-level quality officials now and in the coming years.
Ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the first ever FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup. You're watching live coverage here at the country of Malaysia. We're here at the LYL Circuit just outside the city of Kuala Lumpur. And, well, as per the weather forecast, we got a nice douse of rain at around 3 o'clock local time here, which has unfortunately put a bit of a delay into our proceed schedule for the next race that happened. This was the rain that hit us only moments ago. Absolutely catastrophic rainfall that hit on the circuit that put a lot of standing water. Of course, the grid of seniors for their qualifying heat A versus C that was due to go out at local time at 2:55 was postponed to 3:25, which is only a couple of minutes away. And there you can see from that shot of just how awful it was out there. All the marshals taking cover where they could, all the officials running off the circuit, including Gonzalo Planta himself. He was deputy race director out there. He decided to duck and cover
at the right spot, and yes, all to our disappointment, he didn't get absolutely soaked out on circuit. But good to see that everyone else is now brazed back out into the conditions. Can see that the rain has now well, it's not stopped, but it is well, significantly less than what it was earlier on. There are the live feeds there. You can still see that it is still raining just that little bit as the monstrous cloud has now been and gone over the circuit. It does mean now that the racetrack is incredibly wet. A lot of water out there, but there's been some great work from the marshalling team once again, who have brazed the conditions and are out there sweeping away some of that standing water. This is fantastic to see, and great work from the fabulous volunteers and officials and as well, but great running from them over the course of this one. But we're not far away from getting this race started from going out on the circuit. I think there's some final checks just happening out there, and as we do that, we'll take I think another short little break just as we head into that race, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes time, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we will see some kart action out on the circuit.
Hello and welcome to a very exciting episode of FIA Insider, because we are here at PF International in Grantham for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship, back in the UK for its 60th anniversary. My name is Paul Wallace, and this is the truest form of entry-level grassroots motor racing, where so many motorsport legends have learnt their craft. Nigel.
Good to see you.
And you. How cool is it? This is a great view.
Very cool, very cool.
60 years of the World Championship karting. Can you talk me through how the sport has evolved?
Wow, well, 60 years of karting, it's unbelievable. In the early days, it was like everything it started. It was, you know, you'd have a van, you'd have a car, you'd have a trailer, people would do it, they'd get enthusiastic. Events like World Championships were almost unheard of, but again, I guess the gathering of people at that point, you know, and the competitive nature of the sport, it was probably a very good idea, and it evolved from there. But you know, over those 60 years, it's just amazing how the sport has changed. A lot more professional now. Obviously, of course, we're here this weekend for the World Championships, but the history of all those people there, and again, I know I'm from the UK, but so we've got to mention people like Mike Wilson and Terry Fullerton, and you know, we've got a good pedigree, but throughout the world as well, it's been a fantastic showcase of motorsport.
So this weekend, obviously incredibly special. There's going to be historic karts as well as these karts that are going around in the juniors are racing. So can you talk about the evolution of the kart and what that means for lap times as well?
Obviously in those early days, you know, late 50s, 60s, tyres were very narrow, you know, technology was very low key. When you got to the 70s, 80s, it evolved into not a dissimilar vehicle to what it is now. The thing that has massively changed in recent years is bodywork. And again, the bodywork, yes, it looks nice, very cosmetic. I think that would probably be the massive difference, is the size of the kart and the bodywork is the big difference from the early days.
Amazing. Well, I can't wait for the weekend and see the cars go around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to PF.
Thank you very much for allowing me inside your office, where we can see some legends of the wall.
Goes back a long time.
Yeah, 60th anniversary for the World Championship for karting. Can you talk to me a little bit about some of the legends, some of the special moments that you've had over the years here at PF International?
Yes, I mean, I obviously started in 1960 when they were raw. They've certainly got better. I think the karts are very good.
There's definitely some future motorsport legends that are racing this weekend. You must have had...
Oh, yes.
You've had a lot of legends here as juniors racing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Hamilton started here. All those my drivers have had in the past, you know.
A lot of history here.
There's a lot of history, yes.
How does that make you feel? It's something that you created.
I'm very happy that I've done this, yes. It's been more expensive than what I thought.
We're here in the paddock where I've just been given the green light to head into one of the garages so that I can go and ask a bunch of questions and get a full tour of one of the karts. So let's head inside. Thank you very much for showing me around the kart. One question I have.
Yeah.
Why so many karts?
So every team in the paddock, including us, we have 2 karts per driver. So it looks a lot because there's a lot of drivers.
Yeah, okay. And this kart in particular, what championship is this kart for?
So this kart is homologated to do all the championship.
Oh, okay.
National, international.
And a junior can also drive this?
Yeah, this is properly a junior kart.
Yeah.
It's a 125cc engine.
Yeah. So there's a lot of karts here.
Yeah.
How does a driver gain an advantage? How much can you customize this particular kart for the driver that it's built for?
There's a lot of things you could. I say it is basic, but there is a lot of things you can change on a kart, depending on the preferences on the drivers you have.
Okay.
Because not every driver is the same. One is taller, one is smaller, one has a different driving style. From that.
Wow. So it's a fully customizable setup.
Yeah.
After the basic components of the kart.
Sure.
Okay. Wow. That makes your job a little.
Once again, a short delay there, but hopefully we will be seeing some karts out onto the circuit very, very soon. And as I say that, there they are, heading out onto the track. And hopefully this is still the Around Drive Senior Qualifying Heat A versus C, and I do believe it is. So let's take you through that full starting lineup. Zach Tucker and Nilsson on the front row of the grid. They'll have Oliver Klapek and Jakub Gasparovic on row number 2. Evan Donaldson and Dylan Tam go from row number 3. They'll have Johan Tapale and Linus Volonchevikas on row number 4. Naomi Garcia and Daniel Yegi go from row number 5. They will see Ethan Torn and Flip Canuck on row number 6. Oscar Goodshow and Tak Kwan go from row number 7. Chang Zhenhao and Rav Dewan go from row number 8. They will see Kimi Ray and Harry Torgansen on row number 9. Gabriel Teixeira and Jet Kokoski go from row number 10 with Augusto Acevedo and Eda Herrera on row number 11. Ayan Moa and Matthew Andrimbello go from row number 12. They'll see Andre Anakin and Manvel Avanesian on row number 13. Like we say, this is our first proper wet race then of the weekend. We've not had a wet race as of yet. There may have been some wet running in previous days gone by, but of course now for these drivers, the first time we see them in an official racing capacity on an incredibly slick circuit now. That is going to cause a lot of spray up in the field. The speed that they were able to carry around turns 1 and 2 now will have been diminished, will have been taken away. Of course, the track here, obviously, it's very well designed. They're very well known to having these big rain showers here, so the track has actually been able to deal with it quite easily. The drainage system here, very advanced, and the track is actually drained away quite nicely. There is still a layer of water on the track, and but I can report that the rain has now simmered to near 0. So hopefully we should get some good racing. But something tells me this track's going to be wet now for the remainder of the day. And for all these drivers here, it's just a case of seeing, well, let's see what happens, because at the moment it's all down to the weather forecast now. But let's take a closer look at this class itself, as I think we're missing a couple of drivers from this one. Naomi Garcia and Andre Anakin not clocking up on my timing screen here, so maybe a couple of karts there, despite their best efforts, have not been able to get those tyres switched over and out on the track for this one. Intermediate classification, at the moment it is Zayn El Homasani who leads the points, but of course Zach Tucker and Nilsson might have something to say about this. Let's see what happens as we exit out of the final corner into those tram lines. It's the first wet race of the weekend, and it is lights out down in towards turn number 1. It is a good start then for the field. The spray kicking up there. The visibility will be near zero in that mid-pack. The racers at the front here will have the ultimate the achievement on this one. They'll have the clear view in towards turns 3 and 4, and they've done that just so. It's a good start then for, I think that's Nilsson. The outside line has had the benefit, of course, off the racing line, but still at the front though, it's Zach Tucker. He's held on to the start here. Nilsson is fighting in that second place pack here as they head through. Big moves down the inside. That's the number 20 machine trying to get a move down the inside. That is Kimmy Ray on this charge through. Experience around this circuit on a wet track will be key at this point here as they head through the chicane for the first time and up under the bridge. They'll climb up the hill here. A lot of rubber will have been placed down here. It'll be very slippery for the drivers here, I suspect, on and off that racing line. But as they all go through, those wet tyres working incredibly well over the course of this first opening lap, and everyone seemingly doing a really good job. Out of the final corner they go. It's still a good start here as the fight is on in the background. Look at this scrap, and that is Vonacevicus there fighting away with Daniel Yegi and Philip Canuck as well. They're all going places. So it's Tucker from Nilsson, from Klepek, who's holding on to 1, 2, 3. Jod Tapale is getting 3 places at the start of this race, as looking to the inside now, a change for the lead. Nilsson gets through. Nilsson into the race lead, past Tucker. Tucker had nothing to defend from that one there, and that is going to put the ball very much back into the other side of the court for the other drivers. Says, oh dear, I think there's been drama for Jod Tapale. Tapale has tumbled down to 24th, and he's furious with himself. The number 12 machine has had a real moment there, and now Tucker's going to be under pressure from Klepek. Klepek here has had that run through into third place. The gap's only about 2 tenths between them. They're all pushing through that mid-pack there. Everyone is gaining places here. Gavi Teixeira of Portugal is on a 9th place gain right now, and she's circulating just inside that top 10. Out of the final corner then, Nilsson's broken away by a full second already now. But the fight is on for second place. Tucker from Klepek. Tan is just there as well. Klepek looking to the inside. He's not close enough this time. A distance here at the LYL circuit. But despite that, the racing continues as they push forward in this race. They are only on lap 3 here. Of course, these races will take a little bit longer to complete now, with the lap times only being 1:19, the fastest time, compared to what they were earlier on in the 1:06s, 1:07 mark for the senior drivers. Still, this fight rages on. Look at this for Dylan Tan. This is experience here in the wet raining conditions. Dylan Tan looking for second place. Can't find it at turn 4. Can he find it at turn 5? The answer is yes, but he runs wide. And will Klepek find a way through as down the inside? Ava Dorenson's on the charge. She's just got through past Tucker as well. Everyone is pushing forward here. This is a really strong drive, but it's all for second place right now, as your race leader is clear by 2.7 seconds. Rest of the field now is in control. There they go forward. You can see them coming into the chicane now. The visible gap that they've got between this second place battle and the race leader. But it's all about this P2 fight here right now. Still, I hear thunder out of the commentary box. It's absolutely incredible scenes here with the clouds that loom over the circuit. But it's a constant battle with the weather conditions here, and that is something that the drivers have to deal with. Despite that, it's still a balmy 29 degrees. Here we go, down the inside. That's a big lunge there. Oscar Goodshow's on the scene now. Nearly 3 wide out through turn 21. But it's 3 of them now holding firm as they push each other through into turn number 4 to the inside. Ava Dorenson goes for it. Goodshow tries to follow. Klepek here under all sorts of drama. And Ava Dorenson
is through into third place. Good Show sends it down the inside and clears it through. Klepek, as quickly as he gained the places, has now just fallen back into the field. Could the likes of Volonjevicus and Tucker close back into play here? Well, that will be a sight to behold. But the eyes on the front here, 2.8 seconds is the gap. And despite Dylan Tan, who's on a 4-place gain here, for Singapore, is not able to close that gap just as of yet. The pace is actually just fractionally slower here between himself and Nielsen. This is that fight, though, still kicking off. Volonjevicus here, and that number 27 machine looking for the wide line here. Out in turn number 1. Is he going to try and go for the switch over? It's going to be a long run down into turn 1. Will he look to the inside here? Surely not. Very fast corner here, one racing line, maybe into the braking zone here. He looks to the inside through turn 3, finishes it at turn 4. Fantastic there for Volonjevicus. That is what it's all about. And Lenazev for Lithuania steps up nicely into P5. Good Show just up ahead, has got past the likes of, is that past Donaldson? It is. Good Show here on the charge. The Frenchman here is purple in sector number 1 and is the fastest driver out there by a staggering 0.2 of a second a lap from Nielsen. Could we see in these last 5 laps Oscar Goodshow here, who's on a 10th place gain in these wet conditions, fight his way to the front of this grid? That would be something else over the course of this one. Everyone watching along on those timings to see what is happening in those sector times. And well, once again, it's Oscar Goodshow who's purple in sector number 1 and has gone on a not a great sector number 2, but is still faster than Dylan Tan through sector 2. This is that fight, and Goodshow's bringing Donaldson along. Eva Donaldson will be liking this fight because, well, it's going to be a potential to get back up into P3, maybe even P2. There's confirmation of it. Goodshow, fastest driver out there, 118.2, straight down the inside. That is confidence with a capital C for Oscar Goodshow, straight down the inside of Dylan Tan, takes second place away, and that's an incredible charge now. That's fantastic. And the fight is on. This is it again, straight down the inside, not waiting any time at all. And that is Dylan Tan, who's now going to have to deal with David Orenson all over again, who has closed back with the live shots here now. As they push through, big moments over the curbs here, through that chicane. Sometimes they can help you, sometimes they can not help you out quite significantly. But eyes on this as they head over the bridge once more. A little bit of an oversteer moment there for Goodshow, but he is still holding on to that quick pace that he has had over the course of this one. The gap's 3.4 seconds. There's your race leader, Nielsen, the number 9 machine, across the line. Gap's 3.4. He was still 0.3 of a second faster on that previous lap. But are we going to see an attack here? Well, time's very quickly running out. We're on lap 8 of 10 right now. I don't think we're going to see much of a charge here from Goodshow. It is a great run. This first time, these would have been brand new wet tyres on board. They do get a set of these over the course of the weekend. Very much needed for this race here. And right now, all of these drivers certainly doing their level best. We have lost a couple of drivers because, well, they were the non-starters, Naomi Garcia and Andrei Anakin, out of this race. As that look to the inside there, that is Jet Kokoski, who's on a 12th place gain now. We missed this one. Jet Kokoski and the number 48 machine is flying through the field. 12 places gained for the Australian. Has got past Zach Tucker and has pushed his way through this field really, really quickly and really concisely as well. Is in a fine form right now. Is up 13 places and is just behind Klepek, who we were seeing fighting in second place earlier on. That's been taken away from this man here, Oscar Goodshow. who has somewhat taken that gap down, but it still sits over 3.1 seconds. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with this one. Here is that fight. This is Kokoski on the charge, and that's another one straight down the inside of Klepek at turns number 4. And that's an incredible drive here from the Australian Jet Kokoski, now at 14 places and is now into P6. And this will be well received with a chance of getting into that A final tomorrow. He's had to wait a little bit here as another look down the inside. Philip Canuck, he's pushed his way through down the inside there at turn number 12. That will have been on Klepek as well, and that is P8. So that's a big charge through the field, and Klepek now seemingly is just fading into the pack now. Every driver finding themselves right behind them. He's able to push forward here. This next driver here is Chang Jung Hao, who's trying to get the move down the inside, but at this moment just seemingly not finding that way through just yet. Final lap board is out to the field, and Nud Nilsson has been on this last lap for quite some time now. He's into turn 4 already, and still his fight rages on. This is Dylan Tan and Ava Dorrington. This is still the fight for 3rd place on track, and as you can see there from this side, it's not only the tyres that they change when it goes wet, they cover the airboxes as well, and the water getting into the engine there as well. They tweak a little bit of the setup as well, just to help them out a little bit with get the pressure down, but usually it's just a case of covering that airbox and getting the wet tyres on board, maybe a little thing here and there to really benefit a driver in these wet conditions. So it's a little bit more than slapping on 4 wets and saying, all right, off you go. There's quite a bit of work that goes in. That's why these mechanics are looked after over the course of these race weekends. Nud Nilsson, though, is doing a fabulous job. There he is on your screen, the number 9 machine. Nud Nilsson for Denmark will go back to the top of the scoreboard. 100 points to his name. He leads the intermediate classification with one more race to go. Will he stay there, or will he have to fight to be on pole position for tomorrow's A final? That is the question. Nud Nilsson takes the win then, ahead of Oscar Goodshow. Dylan Tan 3rd, ahead of Ava Donaldson. Volonchevicus finishes in 5th place, ahead of Jet Kokoski. 14 places gained is the biggest mover to finish in P6. Philip Canuck finishing in 7th place, ahead of Zach Tucker. Oliver Klepek finishing in 9th place, ahead of Gabri Texera, who rounds out the top 10. 9 places gained. Chang Jung Hao and Araf Dewan, ahead of Daniel Yegi and Kimi Ray. Harry Turkson finishes there and rounds out the top 15 on a 3-place gain. Herrera gaining 6 and finishing in 16th, ahead of Kwon. Moav from Azevedo. Avanasian rounding out the top 20, a 6th-place gain there, ahead of Gasparovic. Tough race there for Jakub Gasparovic. 17 places lost, drops to P21. Jan Tapale down 15 places, drops to 22nd. Of course, we saw that spin in the early stages of the race. Adrian Bello and Torn round out the 24 carts that started that race. The non-starters of Naomi Garcia and Andre Alekin not getting a result in that race. There you see the start of it. Was that a picture taken there of the number 9's nose cone? Well, it looks all right there, so maybe, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see what the results say. Yeah, there was a large flick of it there, but I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait until we see the results. Nud Nilsson, though, there on your screen, his thumbs up, he's over the weights, and I think is all good there. A job well done for him as they go through, and there you can see Kokoski's kart still running there. I think he's trying to stop it, and unfortunately is not. Usually a covering of the airbox will sort that out right out, and yeah, that will usually bring it to a complete stop. Waving there, a nice run, and that is Ava Donaldson. A job well done at the end of that race, A one-place gain, but still the top 4 with everyone in and around going up and down in that order to finish in a controlled P4 on that one is a very, very good result. Just behind Dylan Tan there and ahead of Jonas Volonchevicus, who rounds out the top 5. But like we say, the biggest mover on that one, Jet Kokoski. Big drive there, big push, gaining 14 places to finish in P6 as there. The rest of the field makes its way in. Those brand new wet Vega tyres now looking a little bit more worse for wear, but a full wet session there wouldn't have put too much damage on those tyres. There you could just see going through the likes of Oliver Klepek, who had a bit of a tough race at the end of that one, but still comes away with a solid result nonetheless, and is still in a good spot. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race. There was quite a few of them. The rain that came down cleared away. Wet track now, the first wet race of the weekend. And the start, well, despite the spray that kicked up, was relatively calm there for the mid to front pack. There you can see how Klepek just lost out on second place, trying to get that nose down the inside, but it was still a good start nonetheless for Jakub Gaspanovic. Later, though, he would tumble down the order. I think he may have had a moment with Joel Tapale, as those two were out of the race. They fell down that order. We didn't want to see them as the next race, which is the cadets, which are out on the track at the moment now. But there you can see the rest of the highlights that came through. Some good running there. The big move down the inside for Nud Nilsson, who found himself back into the lead and carried on that charge. Some 2.5 seconds clear from the rest of the field. Good show on his 11th place gained, rounded out the top 2. Really having a good show there for the Frenchman, and seeing what he could unfold later. Some more big moves down the inside. Dylan Tan not wasting any time. He would be able to push his way through the field quite nicely as well. 3 places gained. Still a very strong performance, and there was that final overtake there from Oscar Goodshow just to step it up into second place. That was through past Dylan Tan, and that would be that final overtake in that top section for them. Despite the best efforts trying to tuck in, Volonchevicus wasn't able to close in on the chasing pack up ahead, as it would all be Nud Nilsson of Denmark, who would be coming away with 100 points to his name and going into the last race later on today as the points leader. Well, it's a job well done for him there, but it all falls down to those groups A versus B, and of course for Nud Nilsson, he's in Group C, so he'll be battling away with Group D not only a little bit later on, but that race is coming out very, very soon. Of course, the juniors out for Groups C and D. That'll be it, hopefully 10 past 4, but I think this has all been pushed back just that little bit now. So yeah, 10 past 4, the new starting time for that. So in around about 17 minutes or so, as we see the others classes here head out onto the track. We will see you in a short amount of time with those 4 races, but we'll say do not go anywhere as we will find out who will be starting on pole position in junior and senior. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Everything you need to know about scrutineering in the WRC. The main principle for scrutineering is checking the safety, checking that the cars are complying with the regulations. Now we are doing in the pre-event scrutineering, and this is focusing only for the safety and only for the sealing and marking of the components that the cars could start the event in a safe manner. We start the safety cage, but it's also seats, seat belts. Then there are some safety cushions in the car which absorb energy in case of accidents. As the safety cages are homologated, we are focusing on one thing is the compliance with the homologation documents, which means that when they were designed, they went through the calculations, through the testing that they are doing their job properly. And now in the event, we compare with these documentations that there is no modifications, there is no damages, that the weldings are correct, the tubes are correct, the whole design is as it should be. For the seats, one thing again is that they comply with the standards, what they have to be. Then it is the overall condition of the seats, they have no damages. The seats are in correct position, because also position in the car is important. For the sealing, one of the easiest thing is what we seal is the engine, and on the engine it's actually marking it just to count that they don't change the engine during the event. Then it is the turbos, then it is the transmissions, gearbox, rear differential unit. This is also that they have one set which is fitted on the car and then one spare set. During the safety checks, all important is also the personal equipment of the driver and co-driver, the helmets, overalls, the clothes, everything related to the drivers also. Helmet which looks in very good condition, but when the scrutiners are starting to check it more carefully, they found out that here is a crack. You can see that the whole area from here to here is damaged. This will be finally the game over for the unit to be used.
So usually when the teams have the car back after a crash at the service park, their first idea is to restart the rally the next day. What we have to check is that the structure of the car has not been damaged, and mainly the safety cage actually, because if they want to restart the next day, the car has to be like it was at pre-event scrutineering. Some items are easy to change, like seat belts, seats, it's quite easy to fix. But if the safety cage is damaged, most of the time that means it's the end of the event for the crew. During the final scrutineering, we have a list of 20 items that we will check on Sunday evening. We have a discussion with my FIA colleagues. We make a list of parts to be checked, because we cannot check the complete car. We check some specific points of the car, and we try to find the important points for a specific rally, for example. And we make also some kind of random check. Yeah, obviously you will not check the same parts in Acropolis than in Swedish Rally. What is quite important also in our case is that we don't do the job only FIA technical delegate ourselves. We have a huge amount of scrutiners helping us on ground. So for each event we have minimum like 30 technical scrutiners. And usually those scrutiners are also working nationally. So they are following their national championship. So we hope that when they do a WRC event, they are able to use this experience for their national rallies. Without these 30 people, it would be really difficult.
I'm Marco Pacini. We do a shift scrutiny here. For us, it's fantastic because in WRC, very good the car. So it's fantastic for our job in Italy Championship. I have a lot of people in the service park and also in the manufacturer, and we have to check every work the mechanics do on the car, and after report to me with a sheet, so FIA can read the work the mechanics manufacturer have on the car.
Every kilo matters. That's why it's so important in lap time. Every kilo that your car is lighter is performance that you are winning. Weighing is such an important part of the performance of the car in lap time, acceleration, braking, cornering, that this is in the FIA rules since the very beginning. This is one of the most important key performance parameters in motorsport. So the importance of every kilo, of every gram is paramount for lap time. Different technologies, different construction techniques may imply different weights, and the final outcome will be different. So weighing is also a way of equalizing things. Mass is very important for acceleration, deceleration, cornering. So in Formula One circuits we have an influence that can go from 2/10.5 to 4/10, depending on the circuits, per 10 kilos. So every kilo matters. That's why it's so important in lap time. Every kilo that your car is lighter is performance that you are winning. Everyone, basically everyone, at random times and at different times during the weekend, but no car passes an event without being weighed at least once or twice. I would say that the most critical one is during qualifying and post-qualifying, because that's when teams try to set the maximum weight and having the lightest car, and obviously during the race, we weigh the cars post-race.
During a live session, the cars are weighed, stopped randomly. We take a total weight of the car and the driver. The car's then released back to the teams. Sort of, it's done on a random basis, so you don't necessarily know if they're going to be stopped, which keeps everybody on their toes. And then after the end of the session, the top 10 cars in qualifying are weighed. We weigh the drivers first, and then the cars are weighed without the drivers. Two weights are added together to make sure that the minimum weight is complied with.
When we choose a car to be weighed during qualifying, for example, we have some panels, marshalling panels in the pit lane entry that will show the number of the car so that the driver knows that he needs to stop at the weighing bridge. Then he will move aside to where the scales are positioned, and he will stop there. And when the hybrid system, the ERS, is safe on the car, and we can check that with a green light on the car is pushed onto the scales. We take the weight, and once the weight reading is stable, the car is released, pushed off the scales, and then the driver can go and continue his qualifying session.
This is the scrutineering garage. It's something we utilise during the qualifying session with the drivers. We have the outside scales where we do all of the car weighing and driver weighing. But during qualifying, there's obviously 3 sessions to that, Q1, Q2, Q3. All of the Q1 and Q2 drivers are weighed in the garage using the driver scales. And then that makes sure that we've got the driver weight and the car weight. We can correct cars that will stop randomly during the session. After Q1 and Q2, the drivers, they drive their cars back to the garage, they get out the car and they have to come straight down to the FIA garage where we get their weight, with their suit on, their helmet on, all of their sort of driving attire, it all forms part of the driver weight.
Every time we weigh a car or a driver, there is a receipt that is being handed to them. Well, they hand it over to their engineers, and the engineers use that for keeping up their statistics and also to see if it's matching their own measurements. We have 2 main articles. The first one is the minimum weight, that in Formula One is 800 kilos. And there is a second article that is probably less known, that is weight distribution. So there are minimum weights for both the front and rear axle, and that must be respected.
For the drivers?
Every driver for us weighs 82 kilos. That means that if we have a light driver or a heavy driver, there is no difference in performance. So every car is ballasted with his driving equipment, all the apparel, helmet, overall and so on. And his racing seat will add up to 82 kilos for fairness.
So the scales that we use for weighing, they come from the manufacturer, they're calibrated by the manufacturer and serviced annually. And trackside we have what we call reference weights, which we, once the scales are set up, we'll use those reference weights to sort of validate the calibration and make sure that we're seeing the weight we expect to see.
For example, Belgium Grand Prix, the Spa 2024, George Russell wins the race, and during the usual post-race weighing, we find that the car was underweight. That's a big moment because you realize that the guy who has won the race suddenly is going to lose that victory, because they are not respecting the minimum weight regulations. It's just stressful as everything in Formula One because it's high tension, everything is properly timed. For example, our weighing process is something that is disrupting the qualifying, so we have to be absolutely spot on. So we need to make sure that the car is on the scales as quick as possible and the car is released as quick as possible. So obviously it's quite stressful.
You've got to have eyes everywhere. One of the biggest challenges is we're in a time-pressured environment. You know, the race finishes and we need to kind of verify as much as possible. You know, it can potentially affect the podium, potentially affect the race result. And whilst we're trying to make sure we get the job done as quickly as possible for the to verify the race result, we also need to make sure we also take our time and make sure the results are correct and accurate from a weighing perspective.
When you are within the business, you understand the importance of weight for lap time, for performance. Out of the business, you would say, okay, having 1 kilo, 2 kilos, 3 kilos more is not that important. But when you see the influence that it may have on lap time, is when you understand how important is that the cars are always as close as possible to the minimum weight, and also the weight distribution. You try to go optimal for tires, temperature, aero balance, so teams are always straight on the limit. And probably how close you can get to the limit is what is not understandable or not as well explained outside of the paddock.
Chair of the FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup live from Malaysia. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box, taking you through what will be the last 4 races of the day coming up very, very soon. As you can see, there is still a race out on the circuit. We've still got quite a bit of time before that race actually heads out onto the track. In total, around 5 or so minutes. But we are expecting to see some interesting racing as the track conditions now are starting to believe it or not, already turn a little bit. There is it's still very wet out there, of course, but we are expecting to see it change quite dramatically because, of course, air temperature is still 29 degrees. You can see how the sky is brightening up around the circuit. The clouds have lifted once more, and yes, this is the shot at the exit of the pre-grid area and the view of turn 1. But all of these drivers now focusing on this next job, which for all of them is their last races of the day before, of course, they go into what is going to be a very busy day tomorrow. Many drivers here on the front of this grid have got a real opportunity now to make it into that A final. You can see next race starting at 4:10, which is in and around 3 minutes from now, local time. And plenty of action still to be seen here with, of course, those last chances to see who can take that top spot at the end of the intermediate classifications for the juniors. It is as follows: a very close run in the juniors at the top with, of course, Sima Matoda and Tony Hart there fighting away, both of them on 100 points to their name. They will not be out in this next race because they are both in groups A and B. That will be the very last race for the juniors of the day that will hopefully be starting at 4:10 local time. That's when we will see that incredible fight between those two. And we will certainly look forward to seeing how that one will transpire. But between now and then, we will see the juniors out for C and D, and then the seniors out for groups C and D in their last chance to go fighting here today before we split the groups up, before it goes to the A final, and of course then the B final there.
making his way back out into the circuit, which is where he should be standing 100% of the time, but he isn't. He was sheltering away from the weather conditions, is Gonzalo Planta. Makes his way back out onto the track ahead of this race, which you can see in the background. His engine's on as they make their way out onto the circuit. So it's that with that time, let's take you through the full starting lineup for this race, which will see the likes of Andrea Galimberti on pole position this time around. Will be joined by the likes of Mika Slavat. These two racing against each other for the first time, and crucial to see how they will get this one going. Gustav Christensen joining them on the second row of the grid. We'll have Thomas Shigarowski alongside Troy Ferguson and Dominic Braden on row number 3. And Branislav Renka and Mika Vino go from row number 4. They'll have Didier Krief and Jamie Ambrose on row number 5. Saint-Laurent of France and Arafat Sheikh on row number 6. They will have Porsche and a Chuckle on row number 7 alongside Dennis Chen on that row 7. Then we head to row number 8. We see Malula alongside Brandon Shaw. We'll then see Remy Guzman and Hamish Campbell on row number 9. Kian Shah and Alex Margot from row number 10. Then we'll see David Concas and Fabian Azevedo on row number 11. Marcus Papp and David Adrian go from row number 12 with Erin Lee and Valentina Lanza blocking out the 26 karts. Row number 13 can confirm all 26 karts are out there, which is good to see. One or two, I think, having a bit of a moment. One of them, Renaissance Renka, has not come through sector number 3 yet, and Malula as well, also not coming through sector 3, has done so now. So hopefully all is okay. I can see one driver just going over the bridge now, so maybe a spill there through turns 7, 18, and 17, 18, and 19. That's going to put him right at the back of the field, and that will not be too well received. And yeah, that's 2 drivers out of position now for this last race. But all the meanwhile, we'll wait and see what happens here as they prime themselves ready. Ryan Drive Jr. qualifying heat C versus D. A lot of water there on the exit of turn number 16 in those curbs. Those curbs are deceiving to the eye from maybe this camera position, but you get a real close-up of them, and those curbs are big. They've got big grooves in them. They carry a lot of water, and that means if you run wide on it, you flick all that water straight up onto the circuit. When I first arrived here on the track, I said I really fancied to go in one of the corporate karts here. I went out in one of them. I immediately found an exit curb that was full of water on slick tyres, and yes, needless to say, we don't need to talk about the rest of that. But for these drivers here, they're on those wet tyres. It's all fine and clear for them as they enter into the tram lines. It's a false start. They go round again. Pasquale Lupoli not happy with the formation there and sends the field round one more time. So that is, of course, their discretion. Of course, they'll be chatting with each other. Of course, Gonzalo Planta and Pasquale Lupoli, they'll make a joint decision, but it is the race director who makes that final decision of whether or not we go or no-go with the start of these races. And that time around, it was a no-go for the likes of Andrea Galimberti and Mika Slavat on the front of the grid for this one. Back down the inside straight here, and well, already looks like they're starting to try and race away, but we're not racing right now. Their first false start in these wet conditions. Drivers getting back to where they want to be, and there, I believe, is one of them just putting into place. That's Brandon Shaw in the 122 machine. Should be starting on the 8th row of the grid alongside Malula of South Africa. Let's see if they've all got back into their grid spots now. It looks to me like they haven't. Branislav Renka, as well as one driver who should be in formation, but at this moment I don't see the 135 in position, so hopefully we'll get squared away, but might be a little bit further back than he originally wanted to. Down the bridge they go. Still your front row is in position here. Andrea Galimberti and Mika Slavat here. Italy versus Malaysia on the front row of the grid here.
at the LYL Circuit. Rainy conditions, brand new wet tyres on board for the junior category. It's Group C versus D, their last race of the day. Where will they finish? How will it transpire? Into the tram lines, lights are out. We race down in towards turn 1. It's a solid start for Galimberti and for the likes of Slabard, who carries the speed around the outside. My goodness me, how on earth did Mika Slabard there take the lead away into turns 2, round the outside? It was an incredible drive, and Galimberti immediately trying to attack back, but it's not going to happen. He's on the defensive here from the likes of, is that Mika Vino? I think it might be. Vino's gone through. They're fighting still in the background here, 3 wide in and amongst those drivers there, but they all square themselves away now down the infield straight. 1 or 2 drivers going wide, but you can see the fight going on here. 3 wide into turn 12. Surely not, they're all going to come out of there unscathed, and there's a lot of water getting kicked up, but I believe it has happened. They've all got through. Brilliant driving there, but at the front here, this is good stuff, and this is, I think, Thomas Chikarashki on the charge here in the 130. It is Thomas Chikarashki now has got through past the likes of I think maybe Troy Ferguson, so we'll keep an eye on this fight as they go through. No, it is the 118. It was Mika Vino who had a lightning start to this race. Incredible scenes as they go through, as Chikarashki pushes all the way to the ragged edge there through turns 21. Eyes at the front though. Slabard's in the lead. Galimberti's not going to give it up though. The Italian looks to the inside. It's Galimberti to the race lead. Slabard tries to fight it back, but he can't quite do it, and he stays there now in second place. Chikarashki now has closed in. The fight is on. 1, 2, 3 and 4 here for the race lead. Big check over the shoulder there for Galimberti just to see what the situation is, and it's dire at the moment because Slabard slams it on the brakes. Chikarashki to the inside has taken that Peter away, and that is now Mika Slabard down into third place. Is Mika Vino going for it? He certainly is. Down the inside, it's Mika Vino into third place, and that is superb there. And now immediately Slabard's chatting away with Ferguson there. Troy Ferguson trying to get involved as all. Mika Slabard's going to come away with a warning flag there. So the officials have spotted something that they're not too happy with out on that circuit. Now it is only a warning, and he will just have to keep that on the straight and narrow. Over the start-finish straight. On to lap number 3 now, 2 completed. Galimberti in the lead here, but Chikarashki closing in. The pace behind is matching as there's a spin on the start-finish straight right in front of the commentary box. Round goes Melula. Unfortunately, the South African in the 132 machine rejoins the circuit, but now all the way at the back of the field. Thankfully, he is all okay. Back with the front runners here. But Galimberti, Chikarashki just took 2 tenths out of Galimberti's lead there. It's down the order as, oh dear, I think Dominic Braden's had a bit of a moment on the lap as well. He's also just tumbled down the order on my screen. Dominic Braden down now into 18th place, and some drama already for the juniors here in their last race of the day. Groups C versus D here. But the pressure's certainly on for the drivers now. The last chance to get through. Galimberti now will take the lead of the intermediate classification. 138 points to his name. But remember, of course, there's 2 drivers in the next race that have both got 100 points to their name. If they get a good result, Galimberti's going to go downwards. That's a simple thing. But he's doing the best he can right now. Galimberti can't do any better than this. He's looking at a 50-point place for his name. But he is just going to see what happens in that next race. Still some good fights going on here. Chikarashki, the cap says it's 6 tenths of a second. Certainly doesn't look like 6 tenths of a second. It looks like he's right on his case here. He set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. 1:18 there, 0.854. The gap's still holding at 6 tenths. Oh, yeah, it's down to 4. Yeah, that makes way more sense to me on that one. It looked a lot lower than what it was. Chikarashki closing in at that point.
Other movers further down, we've not mentioned him, Hamish Campbell from Australia, 10 places gained. He's now inside the top 10. He's in P8 from P18 on the grid, so keep a close eye on him. Now making his way through the field, blink and you might find that he's right on the case here with these front runners. Gaps open up again now, back to 0.6 of a second. Galimberti is just toying here at the front, is pushing in the middle and third sector. First sector, though, losing a lot of time and nearly losing the back end there is Chikarashki out of turn 21. And now Sarito might have a chance to go for this one here. Mika Vino, will he look to the inside at turn number 4? Thinks against it, but that's the first chink in the armoury there for Thomas Chikarashki, who very nearly lost the back end there out of turn number 21. Finally, he's going to have to relinquish the spot, and that's just kept him on his toes there. But now, Mika Vino back into P2, but the gaps open up to 1.1. This is it again. That's your leader going through, but watch Chikarashki in the background, all 4 off. Big lock of oversteer and onto the grass. How on earth did he keep hold of that one? And yes, that was a very well deserved look over the shoulder just to see what on earth might have been happening behind. But immediately saw a face full of Mika Vino there, who was immediately on the attack and now has already broken away. Ferguson, though, in P4, might have a chance here as well, but seemingly not able to pile on that pressure just as of yet. Is still staying firmly there in P4, as again they run wide out of that final corner. Very risky moment there for the field, and all the meanwhile, track seemingly starting to get into a bit of a drier state here. Some side-by-side action there over the start-finish line. Maybe David Conquest there fighting away. There's some good drivers pushing through the field here as Galimberti once again fastest lap of the race, 118.6 now, 688. The pace is getting faster here. Track is improving. Don't get me wrong, it's still soaking wet out there. There is no dry line whatsoever, but there is a drier line that is forming now on the track compared to what it was earlier on, which was absolutely saturated, I think is the correct word to use for it. But there for the drivers, all pushing forward here. I've got to say, Ferguson really looking strong on this second half of the race. Ferguson may have been a contender in a previous one in these wet conditions, still showcasing some good speeds. Big height difference actually between these two. Of course, this being the junior class, there is a significant age range between some of the youngest drivers in this one and the elder drivers, a couple of years in fact. And of course these drivers here still in their youth, still growing as drivers in their racing. And so that's a nice move down the inside there for Slabard, back on the fight. He's fighting away with Kreeft and Campbell at the moment, and Hamish Campbell certainly one to keep an eye on in this one. He's on an 11th place gain right now. He's there in 7th place, and it's only about 6 thousandths of a second off it. There is that fight currently on your screen. Ferguson, Kreeft, Slabard just behind, but Kreeft now pushing his way through and has got himself up into 5th place. Campbell through as well, and there now the 140 of Ferguson falling off the back just a little bit. Chikarashki is closing back into Mika Vino. And Vino right now is just in a state of wanting to continue to close in on Galimberti. However, that doesn't appear to be the case right now. 1.2 seconds is the gap. It's opened up quite considerably now over these last few laps of this race. But eyes still focused then on these front runners who are in a really controlled race here at the front end. Despite the running wides there out of T21, they are all still pushing as hard as they can. Final lap board is out then, and the top 4 look pretty calm here for Galimberti, Trio, Chikarashki and Ferguson. It is still Galimberti who leads the points with 138. However, of course, for the drivers who will be starting the last junior race in Groups A versus B. Two of those drivers in the form of Simo Matoda and the likes of course, Trevor and the rest of the field as well. And it's going to be a very interesting race for them. Two of those drivers still on those 100 points, of course, Mr. Hart as well as Matoba. We'll see what happens. For this fight, though, Galimberti holds on to the lead, 1.1 seconds from Satrio, Chigaraski, Ferguson, Kreeft, Campbell. Is that fight going through your screen right now? And Christensen there as well has got Duan there, who's on a 2-place gain. Slabard and Christensen down both 5 places right now, but still holding on to a top 10 result here. Campbell, an incredible job in this race. 12 places gained in P6. But the fight is on and the checker flag is out. It goes to Galimberti, his final race of the day. At this moment, he's put himself provisionally in the lead of the intermediate classification. Andrea Galimberti, with 138 points, is looking to see if he can start P1 for tomorrow's A final. That is the question, whether or not he can hold on to it, because there is still a long way to go, of course. Mika Vino, P2. It's a great job there. It's put him up to 3rd in the points with 119. Really strong position there for the driver from Indonesia. Poland's Tomasz Chikaraski as well, 2nd in the points, 121. It's a great drive for the driver from Poland. Troy Ferguson as well, 4th place there. Ferguson P4 in the points now, so these drivers in a really good spot. But of course, there's one more junior race to go. We'll have to wait and see how that will all sort themselves out. There's a look at your full results order on your screen. Didier Kreeft finishing at 5 ahead of Hamish Campbell's, 12 places gained. Incredible drive there for the driver from Australia. Puts him there in P6. Mika Slabard, I should say, finishing in P7 ahead of Gustav Christensen. Sartara finishing in 9th place ahead of Porsche Anachukul, who finishes in that race in 10th place. Guzman from Chen, then it is Sa from Ambrose, Ma from Conquest, then it is the likes of the Sheikh, Pap, Braden Shaw, Azevedo, Adrian Yaffe from Lee, Lanza from Melula, who rounds out the 25, and Branislav Renka, unfortunately, retiring from the race, not seeing him out there on the circuit during that. So mechanical problems then plaguing some of the drivers, and some of the drivers having some spills out on the track in those early stages. But the main thing is all good, is that the top runners are through past the scales, albeit just a little bit too far over the scales. But let's have a look at the highlights from that race, because, well, from the word go, was another wet, slippery start. But for the field here, they dealt with it nicely. But look at this moment here, round the outside, for Mika Slabard was able to get that lead from P2 right from the word go. Incredible control round the outside there at turns 1, 2 and 3. Was able to take that lead away. Wasn't able to hold it, though. Unfortunately, at the end, did drop down to P7 by the time that checker flag came out. So not the results the driver from Malaysia would have wanted from the front row of the grid. But still, he finds himself in a strong spot in that intermediate classification, and certainly will be a contender tomorrow. Chigaraski on the charge through the field. This was him up into 2nd place. I thought there may have been a moment where he could have gone for the race lead. Mika Vino as well, very strong result in that one. A P2 finish. You can see him in the purple and blue helmet just as he pushed his way through in the early stages of that race. There were the very dramatic moments, though. Of course, there was the very interesting moment out of the final corner. That moment there, whew, how close could you get for Tomasz Chikaraski? And that moment did mean he lost out on 2nd place, but he would settle still for 3rd and still settle for 2nd in the points as the field pushed all the way to the very end. The checker flag would come out, though, and it would go to Andrea Galimberti, who would at that point take the lead of the intermediate classifications. No drama there. and happy with the day's result with 138 points. But remember, Matoda and Hart both have 100 points to their name. And if they can deliver a solid result of P1 and 2, because they can't both win, they will be right up there at the top of that board. Out of the final corner, top 4 will be all fine and clear at the front, the same for the top 6. A cool, calm, collected drive then for Andrea Galimberti. A Leicester flag finish over the line, and that is a perfect way to end your day's racing for the juniors groups C and D. That's them done and dusted, but we will see groups A and B out next as we turn our attention to groups C versus D in the senior category. That's the next one to head out onto the track. You can see there the last few drivers just getting themselves stretched and ready to go for this race. Of course, for all of these drivers, this is their last chance to really put some points on the board, which at the moment is being led by Zain Al-Homasani. Is joint on points, though, 94 to the name with Nilsson. And Al-Homasani and Nilsson, well, they're not in this race together, but Nilsson is, and he is starting this one on pole position for the driver from Denmark. This is a really strong chance of starting this final tomorrow on pole position. One more attempt to get it done, as in 1 second we get the thumbs up and the engines fire up. It is Arrive and Drive Senior C versus D out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Knud Nielsen of Denmark is looking to start on pole position for the race tomorrow. Can he do that? From the front of this grid, he is joined by Maciej Victor alongside. Both of these drivers have taken wins over the course of the day. Jakub Kaspanovic and Harry Bresnian go from row number 2. They will see the likes of Dylan Tan and Attila Kalapush on row number 3. Linus Volenchevikas go from row number 4. They will see the likes of Tiger Takaoka on row number 4. Daniel Yegi and Damien Baez round out the top 10 on row number 5. Philip Canuck and Mustafa Mulder go from row 6. They will see attack there, bar 1. Eder Herrera, unfortunately, is not clocking up on my screen. There is the drivers going out there for their now formation lap. And right, okay, I am seeing dry patches out there. You can see off that racing line, there is a significant dry patches out there that are starting to form. And that is a very quick turnover here. Of course, helps. You can see the beautiful scenery there in the background. It's such a beautiful part of the world here. You drive up basically at the side of a mountain through the rainforest to get to this circuit. It seemingly comes out of nowhere, and it's not just a racetrack, it's a whole facility. Everything you can imagine here in the beautiful the Monkey Canopy Arena, as well as this beautiful LYL circuit also. But this here now, all forming on these drivers. So hopefully they'll get this slowed down now. They're a bit quick on this formation lap. And for Knud Nielsen, he's got to bring the pack to a steady pace because he's already approaching the red line here and no one is alongside him. This is got to really slow it down right now. The pace is still a bit too quick very late on into that lap. Hopefully they get each other all squeezed up and formed up, which it looks like they've done so now, which is good to see. But we'll have to wait and see if Pasquale Lupoli, the race director, sends them on their way into the tram lines. It is lights out, and we are racing down in towards turn number 1. Once more, it's a good start for the inside line. As you can see, a definite dry line starting to form there in towards turn 1. It is going to be so challenging for the drivers now with these different conditions all the way around the lap. But crucially, it's Knud Nielsen who holds on to the lead here as they head through in towards turn number 7 for the first time. The heavy braking zone of the hairpin through 8 and 9. Everyone looking for a position gain here, but no one seemingly finding multiple of them. Out of turn 11, down the infield straight towards turn 12. Another big overtaking opportunity in this early stage right now. But crucially, Still Nilsson in the lead of this fight as they step through, and it looks like, Eder Herrera is not taken to the track in this one, so hopefully the driver from the Dominican Republic is all okay. This field now, though, under the bridge, you can see the big direction changes earlier about. That's Jet Kokoski trying to switch through and change things up in this last race of the day. For Nilsson, though, he's looking to take maximum points here in this race. Out of the final corner they go. Nilsson leads the way from Gasparovic. Victor there into third from Bresnian. Tan from Takuoka of Japan, who's on a two-place gain. Volonchavicus there in seventh ahead of Yegi. He's there in P8 right now. Kalapuch holding on to ninth place from Mulder, who holds on to P10. But the biggest name out there, Manvel Avanasian, 12 places gained for the Armenian on the first opening lap. He is on his way at this rate to the front of the grid in the space of 2 laps. Can he keep that pace up? That is yet to be seen. As very wide there just in the background. One kart just going through turn number 11, but all the way through. Nice and calm still into the chicane. Nilsson leads the way from Gasparovic. The gap currently 0.8 of a second and increasing as the race goes on. But all the meanwhile, they are still in a close formation here. Resnian there in the number 4 machine, trying to fend off the attack from Dylan Tan here. Dylan Tan, who has done a brilliant job holding on to P5 right now, is doing a good job now trying to attack for P4. That slipstream's got that toe. Can he get that move done? That is the question. They don't want to fight too hard here. They may find themselves losing out on the front runners here. They already have done so with Nilsson now doing Nilsson things, and that is setting the fastest lap of the race. 1:18.5, and again that pace very, very quick here, showcasing that the track conditions once again starting to improve here, with the conditions still holding firm at 28 degrees Celsius. To the inside here, this is a good charge now from Daniel Yegi, number 2 machine from Malaysia, pushing his way back through. That's past Tiger Toyoka from Japan. And it's from 7th place right now. Volonchavicus is also getting that move done. It's up into 6th place now. Yegi now on a 2-place gain here. It's up into P7. Avanesian, though, still on his charge. He's still on his 11 places gained here. He's there in 14th place in the number 3 machine. So we'll keep a close eye on his progression. Eyes here, though, for this fight. This is for 2nd place. Gasparovic and Victor pushing forward. Only 0.4 of a second between them. The Bresnian and Tan battle still heating up here. Dylan Tan has not fallen off the back yet, pushing through, and that's a crucial sight to see there. You're seeing Gasparovic not only turn the wheel, but he's throwing his weight over the rear wheels there to try and help get the power down out of the corner, to help utilise these wet tyres in these conditions. These tyres are very good in very heavy rain conditions where there's a lot of water, not too much water, but a lot more than what they've got now, to obviously disperse the water, clear that away, get the rubber down on the track. That is its sole purpose. When you get conditions like this, mixed, greasy surface, where there's not a lot of standing water actually on the racing line, but off the racing line, makes it a little bit trickier for the tyres to actually disperse water. As soon as you don't see any rooster tails out the back, as you see there, race control with Amelie and Chris Lambret there, looking over all the cameras on the racing. They've been busy over the course of this weekend with constant communication with our race direction team of Pasquale Lupoli and Gonzalo Planta. But there you're clearly seeing some dry patches forming on the outside there through turns 3 and 4. So the track now is starting to turn a little bit, but it's still a long way from being ready for a slick tyre. Long way indeed being ready for a slick tyre, but with the temperatures so high and the wet tyres out there clearing the track with the rain stopped, but the humidity makes it challenging to try and clear the circuit. As eyes on this. Look at this round the outside. Voloncevicus here fighting away with Dylan Tan, trying to get involved. Not able to do so. He's closed up on this fight. Yagi there as well as closing in. Look at this now for this one. Daniel Yagi trying to get involved in this fight. And Tan, who was so close to getting the move done on Harry Bresnian, has now falling back just that little bit here from that fight. Everyone's still watching on here of the racing, but still eyes on this as they head through. Got to a point there, I may have heard some tyre squealing there, and at this stage of a track condition, that's quite some good going there. A big dent in that front nose cone there for Voloncevicus, so hopefully that's all okay for him when he comes back in. Doesn't look like it's wobbling around there, but it's a significant dent on that nose cone. Here though on your screen, Gasparovic lost out earlier on to Matej Victor, who's there in second place. They're still 2.3 seconds behind Nilsson, who is doing a brilliant job here. He's going to take the lead of that intermediate classification. He's looking at 2 wins and a second place right now, and that's really good going in these qualifying heats. Definitely drying through that chicane now, but this fight still rages on. Bresnian, Tan and Voloncevicus here, line astern. These 3 drivers all fighting for 4th place right now on the track. Still have Yagi there just behind, who was I'm sure going to want to go for the move here. And Tan just communicating there with Voloncevicus to say, come on, think about it, don't attack me, let's go for the man up ahead. Bresnian, who's still doing a great job there in 3rd place. Still only 0.3 of a second separating those two though. And we'll keep a close eye on that battle. Nilsson though, back at the front, and another fastest lap of the race, 1:17.7. And if that's an indication once again of that track drying, getting ever faster now, pace getting quicker and quicker as the day goes on. Local time here, we're pushing towards 5 o'clock here now. The racing already was, I think, this point due to be coming to a conclusion here. Yeah, 5 o'clock local time, that would have been us done and dusted. And of course those rain delays really put us back in the timetable in this second half of the day. Here though, Dylan Tan now losing out there to Voloncevicus. That is that change for P5. Voloncevicus now up in the order, 2-place gain. It's released here. Bresnian has pushed his way forward. There your race leader, Nilsson. The gap 2.5 seconds. Now Matej Victor has started to close in just that little bit, but not a big enough rate here. It's just stayed behind and not close enough for the actual attack at this point at all. And this race, a very calm one for the front runners here, and still some good fighting in the background there. And I can see that Damian Baez has just made his move up into the top 10 now as well, up into 9th place at the expense of Tiger Tokioka, and that's put him down to 10th place now in this race. Still fighting on here. There is Yagi of Malaysia, number 2 machine, pushing forward here on that chasing duo just ahead. Big difference there in speed between Bresnian and Voloncevicus. Voloncevicus here right on that rear bumper now as they push through up and over the bridge. Might be a close one till the very end here. Can the Australian defend off the driver from Lithuania? Let's wait and see. Out of the final corner, onto the straight they go. We're on lap to 9 here. Last lap board will be out this time to this field. Will we see the move from Voloncevicus on Bresnian here? or will Bresnian defend? To the inside, turn number 3. The move is done. It's clean, it's calm, it's collected for Voloncevicus. No drama there whatsoever. And Bresnian seemingly not fighting that one at all. See that the man was pushing through so quickly and was just able to push his way forward in that stage. Great run for him there then, as now Voloncevicus gets up into 4th place. He's not going to have any time here to close into Gasparovic. Gasparovic is clear by a fair chunk of time. In fact, a total of 3.9 seconds further up the road. But I think that's come down quite a bit now. I think it's down to just 2.2. And so that gap coming down quite quickly. But with the time that we've got left, I don't think it's going to be enough right here. Battle for P4, still the closest out there in the top runners. There's your race leader, Knud Nielsen, on the final lap of this race. At this point in time, is your points leader and is putting the ball very much into the side of the court for the man who sits second overall in those points, which is the man who'll be starting on the front row of the grid, Zain El Homassani. He's got 94 points to his name. If he can get the win later on, can El Homassani will be joint on points, and with the two of them being very close out there on circuit, it will fall down to quite literally their lap times. That will determine from qualifying to determine who will take that P1 spot in the A final tomorrow. But that's, of course, whatever happens in that last race, because still you might see some drama. Here we go though, up and over the bridge. Knud Nielsen, Denmark, here in Malaysia, is doing everything he can and all he can to put that number 9 machine on the top spot for the final. The checker flag is out. Knud Nielsen looks to be P1 for the final tomorrow. Matis Victor takes P2 ahead of Gasparovic, and it's a long old wait to see P4 and 5. Voloncevicus takes it now ahead of Bresnian. Yegi takes P6 ahead of Tan. Turgerson finishes in P8, a 9th place gain there at the end ahead of Baez. Kokoski, a 9th place gain as well, rounds out the top 10. The job is done there for Knud Nielsen. Takes that P1 spot away, and at this moment is provisionally P1 for the final A tomorrow. He's in a really strong position here. There's the rest of the results on your screen. Tiger Tokuoka finishing in P11 ahead of Mustafa Mulder. And then we see the likes of Attila Kalapush finishing in P13, not the result he would have wanted. 7th place drop in that one. Zhang Zhaojin finishing ahead of Rav Dewan, both of them holding on to positions, P14 and 15 ahead of Philip Karuk, who finishes in P16. Manvel Avanasian, 8 places gained at the end of that one, was up 12 places but dropped to P17, but still an 8th place gain. An incredible drive there for the Armenian. Kwon finishing ahead of Karpov, Rapetzi ahead of Lopez, Marino from Samalashvili, Adrian Bello finishing in P24, Chong in 25, and unfortunately the non-starter for Eda Herrera for the Dominican Republic not out on circuit. Well, there they are back onto the weighbridge. They'll get those all checked over, make sure they're all above weight, which I'm sure is absolutely fine. And that is a job done then for the moment for Knud Nielsen. And let's see how he did it. We'll have a look at the highlights from that race. And again, challenging conditions with the track drying at some point. And I'm not sure if it's just the tint on the glass of my window. But yes, it's starting to get a little bit darker out there. As the evening comes in at 5 o'clock nearly local time here as we watch the highlights from this race. A great start still for Knud Nielsen. held on to that lead, was able to break away. There's a little bit of comings together there in the background. Some drivers losing out on quite a few places at the start of that race. Ataquan was one of them, dropping 5. Lorenzo Lopez was another. You could see the focus was on there for the drivers at the sharp end. Nilsson just focusing on trying to break away. Everyone just saying to continue to push over the course of this one, and push is what they did. This beautiful moment here, Volenchevicus said to Dylan Townwright, just keep going, keep fighting. And as soon as he went defensive, well, he took the long way round. Didn't work out for him fully. Still stayed behind. Later on, got the move down the inside. But still some great driving later there. You can see that move finally completed. And that put him forward in that field. Was not able to close in until the very latter stage of that race, which is when we saw that checker flag out for the likes of Nilsson, the number 9 machine, putting his way to 144 points to his name, ahead of the rest of the field, with one more senior race to go later on today. It's all down to that young man there. That's all he can do, but he'll be fighting away, I'm sure, with Zain Al-Homassani. It's all down to him now to see if he can put his kart on the top spot for that final. Well, the next race is already headed out onto the circuit, and it is the juniors out there for qualifying heat A versus B. Let's quickly find you through that full starting lineup, because it is a hot battle against the likes of Simba Matoda and Tommy Hart, both of which in this group have both had 2 race wins out of 2. It is all down to this last one as they go from row number 1 and 2. But it's Matoda alongside Ventonato on row number 1, Michael Lederer and Tommy Hart on row 2. Aryan Singh and Christian Saracen round out row number 3. They'll have Conrad Garrow and Sierra Kojima on row number 4. Jack Larson and Stavros Sotos go from row number 5. They will have Chong Kahei and Sujana Dandu on row 6. Jack McLaughlin and Brandon NG on row 7, ahead of Eshan Venganathan and Xian Zheng on row number 8. Sanjana Dandu out in this one. Sister duo there of Sanjana and Sujana Dandu out this weekend, both from Singapore. Jan Rodriguez starting alongside there on row number 9. Choi Moo-sung and Nadal Injapanya on row number 10. I'll have Leonier and Matis Mush on row number 11. Camila Neto and Samvo Hambazunian go from row number 12, with Max Soler and Matteo Rajamadison on row number 13. Field then, now heading into the final sector. This is their last race then of the day for the junior class. It's A versus B. It's the battle between Japan and New Zealand. Simba Matoda and Tommy Hart here. The front row, pole position for Matoda. It's P4 for Tommy Hart on the outside of row 2. But these two drivers joint on 100 points to their name. Whoever wins this race takes the honours and starts P1 for the final. It's lights out and down towards turn number 1. It's a solid start once more for Simba Matoda with the inside line. But where is Tommy Hart on the number 128 machine? He is still there at the sharp end, but this is the first time he starts on the outside of row number 2 on this one. And now he's going to have to deal with fighting through the pack on the inside line. Michael Lederer pushing his way through. Oiva Vetarata holds on as well to a strong spot here, but it's all down to Simba Matoda now, who pushes his way through at the front of this field. The fight in the background rages on. Drivers pushing through. That was Samvo Hambazunian there, running a little wide in the field. There was the 124 machine right to the back of the field. That is Choi Mun-chung, unfortunately. He's had a bit of a tumble down the order, but is still very much in this fight. A lot of water kicked up there in the background as they push each other wide onto that exit curb. But crucially for Simba Matoda, he is looking at P1 here if he can keep this car to the very end. But what can Tommy Hart do in this race. Across the line, it's Matoda from Singh, Sanderson from Lederer, Venturata from Garrow. Tommy Hart down to 7th place in this one. He will not like that at all. There he is on your screen as down the inside goes Conrad Garrow. Gets it done, but back down the inside. Oiva Venturata just lets off the brake there, squeezes kart through. Round the outside goes Tommy Hart, and that's a position gained. The fight is on here for Tommy Hart to close back up to the race leader. And at this moment, Simo Matoda looking at a pole position for the final. But it's Galimberti now who's back into 2nd in the points. Tommy Hart, who's all the way down in P6 right now, is needing 4 more points here to take that front row start for the final A tomorrow away from Galimberti. But let's see if he can get that one done, because there's a lot of real estate between Hart and Venturata just up ahead. Down the inside, Jack Larson on the move past Zheng Xishan. Then that is for 9th place on track. Zheng's on a 7th place gain right now. That's an incredible drive here in these conditions. And they continue to fight away here. Larson getting through, McLaughlin getting through as well. Now is up into the top 10, Jack McLaughlin. Looking very strong at this point of the race. Other drivers as well. Leonie Herr is there on a 5th place gain, is up into P16 as Christian Sørensen sets the fastest lap of the race, and that is your driver in 2nd place here. Could this spell a bit of drama for Simo Matoda as, oh my, there's another big rain cloud there just behind the main building that is starting to slowly eke its way, but it's at the point now where the track is getting into its turning point here. You can see a very significant dry line forming there through the chicane. You can start to actually hear the tyres squealing just that little bit now. These wet tyres are not used to racing on a dry surface. Of course, you can very easily overheat the tyre. They can chew themselves apart, and then by the time you get to the end of the race, you find yourself more with a slick than a wet if it's in these conditions. Not at the head there for Matoda, I think, just being told that, hey, the gap's 1.1 seconds. Just keep it calm, keep it steady at this stage of the race, and push yourself through to the inside. That's a big lunge there for Mardian Singh. Through past Oiva Venturata, Garrow and Hart trying to get involved here. Hart still behind it. It's not managed to get past Venturata. Conrad Garrow setting the fastest lap of the race. Still involved in this fight, but not pushing himself through. You can see there the positioning of the upper body there for Simo Matoda to try and help balance the kart's performance at this stage of the race, which such a dry line forming there now for the drivers out on track. This really is going to be challenging conditions for them here. Fight for 3rd place is on, and that now is Conrad Garrow on the charge here. Aryan Singh down into 4th place. Venturata and Hart still fighting away. No change between those two yet. And of course, for Tommy Hart, he's looking at trying to take back that front row start for the final tomorrow. 1 place in front of him will help him out here quite significantly. Oiva Venturata is making it incredibly difficult for him. Venturata, who currently is fighting to be P8 in that final A tomorrow, is at this moment still pushing forward as much as he can. Conrad Garrow, fastest driver out there, but Sørensen is closing in on Matoda. Garrow closing in on Sørensen. The fight most certainly is on, but back to this one. Tommy Hart trying to get himself through into the first spot of the grid. He only needs 4 points. 4 points is all he needs, and that is right in front of him. Can he do this over this? Jan Rodriguez is going to pick up a warning flag in this race. He'll need to be careful as this progresses. The halfway point now of this 5 laps is nearly at a completed stage here. As the big moves happening in the background there, this is Imjapanya, Nandol Imjapanya from Thailand, pushing forward. He's got the close company here of Jan Rodriguez, who is under that investigation. Brandon NG just there as well. So the officials keeping a close eye on all the battles here that are happening on the circuit. This one, though, Saracen closing in. Conrad Garrow. Garrow, though, up into second place. He's got that move done. Immediately fastest lap of the race again, taken back 1:16.179. Great pace here. Gap 1.3. Time running out, though. Question looms. Can he close in on this fight for the front? That is the question. Tommy Hart on the charge. He's through. Now into P4. That's on Aryan Singh. That will put Tommy Hart, I think, with Galimberti. Joint on the points. I think both of them on 138. We wait to see it update. It's true. Both of them on 138. Tommy Hart needs to get past Serderson, who is only a couple of tenths further up the road. That is that fight there. This overtake now will put Tommy Hart back on the front row, and he's done it down the inside. Much tighter dry racing line, but he's going to maybe lose out down the start-finish straight. Surely not. Serderson hangs it down the inside. Tommy Hart, you thought you had it complete. Not just yet. You've got to fight a little harder to have a front row start for tomorrow as he sends it back down the inside at turn number 5. And as soon as he gets that done, now it's complete. Tommy Hart with that overtake into P3. I think now confirms him back into a front row start. It is alongside the man who leads this race, Sima Matoda. However, Sima Matoda's gap is diminishing, and diminishing fast as well. It's down to just half a second. Conrad Garrow is closing in, and now Tommy Hart in third place might be able to get involved as well. But the time is quickly running out. The fight for P1 for the final tomorrow is on the cards here. Matoda from Garrow, 1-2. Last lap board is out. It's Matoda Garrow 1-2 here, and look at Garrow. Conrad Garrow's gonna go for it down the inside, the tighter inside line, wheel to wheel. The two, absolutely nail-biting stuff, but it's Conrad Garrow who takes the lead. But it's Tommy Hart with the fastest lap of the race now. He's closing in. Can Tommy Hart take this spot away? This would be amazing, but they make contact, and Matoda drives over Garrow. Heavy damage to Conrad Garrow, and Tommy Hart leads the way. Tommy Hart now is looking at a pole position spot. This is incredible. Tommy Hart now with that stroke of luck. Matoda tried to go for the move. Collides with Conrad Garrow, and that is drama at its finest for the top spot. And now it's the driver from New Zealand on this final lap who not only takes the lead of this race, but also the lead of the intermediate classification and the top spot for the A final tomorrow. It's Tommy Hart across the line, wins A versus B qualifying heat, and that is job done for the driver from New Zealand. He was rapid in qualifying, and he continues that trend. It is a job well done, and despite the fact that that young man there tumbled to 7th place at one point in this race, he comes across the line to take the race win, and Tommy Hart can be delighted that that is P1 for the A final tomorrow in the first ever FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup. Tommy Hart takes the win ahead of Sima Matoda. Christian Sanderson takes P3 ahead of Aryan Singh. Uiva Venturata from Jack Larson. Conrad Garrow from Zera Kojima. Jack McLaughlin from Jan Rodriguez rounds out the top 10. But what a drive that was to the very end. And for Nadal Imjapanya, a 9th-place gain will make the young man from Thailand the biggest mover in that race, just outside the top 10. The rest of the results on their screen now. Still only 35 seconds separates the top runners in this one, but that young man there, Tommy Hart from New Zealand, has done what he needed to do. But the question remains, how's that nose cone? It looks good from this point. How's the weight? Of course, he's got to get across that weighbridge as well. He's got the thumbs up. The nose cone's all good for him. A bit of the rub of the knee there, I think, instead of rubbing it up against the side of the fuel tank. If this is all good, then he's squared away at a front row start for the final tomorrow. And I think it is all good for that young man there for New Zealand. The job is done. What a dramatic final qualifying heat that was for the field. Let's have a look at the highlights from it. It lulled in that midway point of that race, but it certainly heated up right to the very end. Conrad Garrow trying to push his way through, but this was the start of it. You could already see how the track was in a state of drying. There is still a significant dryer line that is still forming out there, but all the way through the start of that race, just great driving control from the front runners for Simon Matoda. It was looking like it was going to be a lights to flag throughout that one. The gap had opened up to a staggering 1.2, 1.3 seconds. He was able to continue that pace throughout it. So that Oiva Venturata certainly having to fight away. Conrad Garrow going for the moves, but left the door open. Venturata was able to squeeze his way back through. And Conrad Garrow, who was fighting for the race lead on that final lap, finding himself on the grass at one point. Dramatic moments further down in the field. Some drivers not getting the results they wanted. There was one driver just seemingly squeezed out of contention. I think there, right at the end of that race, that may have been the German driver there, Stavros Sotos there, who found himself dropping 13 places and to 23rd place. Not the results he will have wanted in that one. There was Tommy Hart. This overtakes here proved to be incredibly vital. The up and under here, as he would fight away with Christian Saracen, driver from Denmark. It was really giving him a close fight in that one. Later though, sealed the fate with the conditions drying. Tommy Hart fighting back through the order. There into 3rd place. This is where it all started to kick off. The last lap, this moment here, Conrad Garrow got the move down the inside, but it was Simon Matoda in the latter stages. He tried to get the up and under here, wasn't able to do so at turn number 5. It was at turn 10 that it all came to blows. The exit here, the two going down the inside. It was a bold move into the corner. It didn't pan out. Drove over that nose cone. Another angle of it there. Heavy front end damage to Conrad Garrow. Gifted the lead to Tommy Hart, who would go all the way to the very end and secure P1 for the Junior A final tomorrow. One more race to go. Senior qualifying heat A versus B. That is due to start in around 2 minutes time. It's been quite the day of racing with the sun shining and then the rain falling. But the sun's come back out now. The track drying, and now the seniors back out on circuit. It's the last race of the day, and this one still has a close fight. It's Nilsson who leads the points, but can Zayn Al-Homassani take it away? Well, it's Zach Tucker starting it on pole position for New Zealand. Zayn Al-Homassani will have to fight past him first to see if he can take that pole position spot away. Oliver Klebeck goes from row number 2. They'll have Lizzie Mentia starting alongside. Ewa Donaldson and Ethan Seto go from row 3. They'll have Yard Tapale and Diogo Gamma on row 4. Naomi Garcia and Gianna Pascal make it an all-female row number 5. Ethan Thorne and Aaron Cavillo go from row 6. They'll have Oscar Goodshow and Shreya Anudas on row number 7. Chan Junhao and Corinne Kaur go from row number 8. Kimi Ray and Justin Donaldson go from row 9. They'll have Gabi Teixeira and Andina Nevada on row number 10. Augusto Azevedo and Mia Allaire go from row 11 with Arian Moa and Adam Holmes on row number 12. Andre Adakin and Moxum round out the 26 car field. Like we were mentioning, it's Nud Nilsson who leads the seniors intermediate classification, 2 wins and a 2nd place. Zainal Homasani at this moment also has a win and a 2nd place. 94 points to his name. Of course, if he takes the win in this one, drops to points. Now, both of them started very similar pace in qualifying. It is literally all down to qualifying, and I'll have to look back at the results for that one. Now, in qualifying earlier on today, qualifying practice, it was Zainal Homasani who was 2nd fastest. Put it this way, 0.075 of a second will determine who starts on pole position for the final, who starts alongside. At this moment, it is very much on the shoulders of Zainal Homasani. A win here will put the driver from the United Arab Emirates on pole position for that final A tomorrow. A 2nd place here will give that P1 spot to Nud Nilsson of Denmark, who already has secured 144 points. The pressure builds here in the seniors. The last 10 laps of the day. The front row being Zach Tucker of New Zealand and Zainal Homasani of the United Arab Emirates. In towards the final corner. They get formed up into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on in the seniors and into turn 1. It's a good start for Zach Tucker. Zainal Homasani will have to fight, but he is there exactly where he wants to be. But down the inside, it looks like Klepek has got that move done into 2nd place. Al Homasani, where has he gone in this stage? Now it's not there in the lead. That is Zach Tucker in the lead in the number 32 machine. I can't see Zainal Homasani, the number 46 machine at this moment. He's not there. There he is. He's there in P4. So he's still in this fight, but he's got the work to do to try and take that lead away. But Zach Tucker is looking mighty quick here. The question still remains, now are they on the wets? I think they are here, or are they on the slicks here? That is the biggest question. We'll have to see by those times. Purple sector's coming in. We'll have to see what goes on. And a big slide there for Zach Tucker at the front. He is trying to hold on here as much as he can out of the final corner. The track doesn't look ready for slicks though. That's the interesting question. But across the line, 114. No, they've got to be on wets. They've got to be on wets here. It's not ready for them just yet in this last race of the day. It'd be a bold call to go for them. There could be some drivers who have gone for them as the pace is drastically different throughout it. It's down the inside. That's Eva Donaldson on the charge here. Eva Donaldson up into 2nd place. That's past Oliver Klepek. Klepek fights back. Contact between the two. Dorison back to 3rd. And as quickly as she got the move down the inside, she's going to have to try again in towards turn number 12. This time you can see so much movement in the wheel there, trying to carry the speed. Zach Tucker is able to break away, but Zainal Homasani's chance of not only starting on pole position, but the front row is diminishing here. Zainal Homasani there in 4th place has dropped to 3rd in the intermediate classifications, just 3 points behind the likes of Matish Victor, who is not in this race. He was racing out earlier on, and Ava Dorison's going to come away with a warning flag after that little bit of a contretemps between the two of them. She's looking again at turn 1. Surely not. The gap wasn't there. And Klepek slams that door closed. Ava Dorison here, the frustration levels kicking in of trying to squeeze that number 30 machine through into 2nd place. But at this moment hasn't found it, but now she has. That is nicely done, but again, she runs a little wide there. Can Klepek find a way back through? The answer is no. Maybe on the exit, but not quite. as now Ava Dorenson gets her way through. This was it again. A nice little direction change, bit of oversteer, flicks it in. The driver from the Netherlands takes that P2 away. It's easier said than done. It's down the inside now. Oscar Goodshow on the charge. Goodshow now, a 9th place gain. We saw this trend from Oscar Goodshow earlier on. And looking at the lap times, yeah, Goodshow significantly faster than Ava Dorenson up ahead. Ava Dorenson might have to really dig deep here. Tucker is still faster at the front here. So the fight's still on. But the track now certainly on a knife edge of switching over. These drivers might have to consider trying to cool these wet tyres down. Look how dry it is out there through turns 2 and 3. It's actually nearly dry all over that part of the circuit. It's that infield sector. It's when you get to the sort of cliff side, the top section under the trees. That's where it really stays nice and wet. And you can see there, Ava Dorenson just trying to keep control there at that stage. But these tyres will be getting absolutely chewed apart through that first sector. Not good for them at all. There is Zainal Homasani. This is not that last race he will have wanted, fighting at that sharp end. Dawn there on the charge. I think it's just got past Johan Tapale. That's a P6 now in the background. And you can see there the driver pushing through nicely on that number 53 machine. Yeah, Ethan Dawn now on that charge on a 5th place gain. Going to keep an eye on Oscar Goodshow here. That gap is only down to 0.6 of a second here. Ethan Dawn with that move past Johan Tapale. He's kept Tapale in play here. Number 12 machine going on to lap number 5. Halfway point of this race. Seemingly not finding that way through just yet. Other drivers further back in this field. Yang's just lost out. Aaron Cavillo of Estonia has just stepped up into 13th place here. Other big movers in the field. Mia Aller of Sweden has stepped up 6th place. This is a good show there. But right now, speaking of good shows, it is Oscar Goodshow who is on the 10th place gain and is still hunting down the likes of Ava Dorenson, but the gap still in flux. The battle still raging on. Diego Gama has just got past Naomi Garcia. She's gone down to 11th place now, and Aaron Cavillo, well, just as I was saying, he was gaining places, just lost out on a good chunk of them. He's now down to 16th place, full place deficit, not where he wants to be. Chang Teixeira and Mia Aller all pushing through in the bottom stage of this race. But Tucker in control. Now, is it starting to rain again out there? That is a question. And simply not quite seeing any rain falling. I did see some clouds looming off in the background. But are we seeing this fight raging on right now? You can see how dry it is there through that top section as Mia Aller, unfortunately, has just tumbled down to 16th place now. They're buffeting through it there, Zainal Homasani. Lepet closing in, but Ethan Thorne has closed in as well. Ethan Thorne here looking just that little bit more in control here. See the little movements on the wheel there, little flicks of oversteer. Little moments to try and get that power down, but not trying to push too hard. Drivers going up and down the order, left, right and centre here. But seemingly not finding the gaps to get past. Lick of oversteer there. Ethan Thorne is just showing the nose there to Zainal Homasani. Just to say at this point of this race, you are not safe from losing another spot here, and Zainal Homasani at this moment might be battling away with Oscar Goodshow in the points. There's only 5 points between them. Goodshow is 0.6 of a second behind Ava Dorenson for 2nd place. Dorenson crossing the line. Goodshow not far behind. Klepek there though in P4. Al Homasani and Thorne still very close. Zach Tucker continues to the fast of the race. That's an indication the pace is really coming down now. 1:13.4 here. So quick is the track now. I've got to say, if I'm completely honest, in a dry session on an empty track with slick tyres, me and a junior kart, I only did a 1:13.9, and I'll admit to that one. But to be fair to me, I was talking while I was doing the lap, but I'm lapping at the same time as these seniors right now, so I'll take that. Tucker, though, in the lead, is in control. Donaldson, though, the gap 4.1 seconds is not closing in. Gap's opening up. Good show as well, seemingly trying to close in on Ava Donaldson, but that fight just seemingly not getting in a position where Donaldson wants right now. It's going to become a little bit more challenging here as the race goes on. Intermediate classification for the moment. Still sees Nielsen at that sharp end of it with 144. Magic Victor will be looking at a front row start here. Alhom Hassani and Good Show will be locking out a second row start. Tucker and Donaldson are looking at a third row start for tomorrow's A final. Donaldson and Mentier, and Klepek, I should say, looking at a fourth row start. So still very strong contentions here. But the front runners still very, very close. But I can't stress how far away that Zach Tucker is. Staggering 4.8 seconds in this race is clear from the drivers behind. There is the first, second, third on your screens, but wait for that third place battle just behind. That is the one we want to see. A Good Show, Klepek, Alhom Hassani, Thorne, Tapale, all fighting for positions. There's your race leader. We've not seen much of him out there. New Zealand, Zach Tucker, another great driver, him here, but the dramas he had earlier on have put him to 5th in the points here despite this win. Will step him up nicely in that order, but not exactly where he wants to be after putting it on pole position in the senior category earlier on today in time qualifying. But Zach Tucker certainly showcasing some great skill at this point. There is the fight for second place. It's closed in a little bit here now. David Orrington might have to fight these last 2 laps ahead of Oscar Goodshow. Goodshow has dug deep here to try and close in. Dorrington sideways there under braking. Steps out. A lot of opposite lock there just to get that cart braking in a straight line. Clearly can see a dry line here now through lots of the parts of the lap. These tyres, these Vega wet tyres will be getting absolutely chewed to pieces here now, I suspect, in this race. Drivers have to really think about trying to find any wet patches they can out there on the circuit to try and get the temperature down. They still look okay from this position, but you might see a different story when they come in to Parc Ferme. Final lap board is out. Tucker leads by 5.4 seconds and continues to break away. 1:12.9 now is the fastest lap. But Ava Dorrington in second place is having to deal with Oscar Goodshow, who is only 0.6 of a second behind for P2. But here at the front for Zach Tucker, it's not going to be a front row start for him. It's not going to be a second row start for the pole sitter from qualifying. But for Zach Tucker, with this result, despite the dramas earlier on, he is still looking at a P5 and inside of row number 3 for the A final tomorrow. New Zealand has done enough to represent their nation in that final. Out of the final corner, it's Zach Tucker wins the final race and will put it P5. It's a long old wait to see Donaldson and Goodshow in second and third. It's going to be a much longer wait to see Klepek, Thorne, Alhom Hassani, who did at the end get up into P5. Alhom Hassani dropped to 6th. The chance of that fight was taken away, and Nud Nilsson will be P1 for the A final tomorrow. That is job done there for Nun Nilsson earlier on today. The win on track was all he needed to do. The full classifications there on your screen. Zach Tucker, Ava Donaldson, Oscar Goodshow, Oliver Klepek, Ethan Thorne from Zainal Hermazani, Yard Tapale from Lizzie Mentier, Diego Gama and Naomi Garcia round out the top 10. Kimi Ray, 6 places gained, finishes in P11 ahead of Gary Teixeira. Mia Oler on a 9th place gain, nearly becomes the biggest mover, but that result goes to Oscar Goodshow with 10 places gained in P3. Ethan Seto finishes that race in P14 ahead of Aaron Cavillo. Augusto Azevedo finishing in P16, a 5th place gain ahead of Chang Jung Hao. Adam Holmes, 6, and Andre Arakin, 6 places gained as well. P18 and 19 for them. Gianna Pascal at the end, 20th place ahead of Adriano Vera. Karine Kaur from Ayan Mara. Soraya Anuras in 24th from Moksum. And Justin Donaldson rounding out the 26 kart field. All 26 that started finished the race. And at the end, the young man there, Zach Tucker, will be enough for the top runs, but not for the pole position. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Well, for the front runners, very, very calm. No real drama for them as they push their way forward, but the fight was there for Oscar Goodshow. Those 10 places gained, getting into 3rd place. But here's your highlights from the lights out. It was a strong start there for Zach Tucker. No real drama in that early stage. He was able to hold on to that lead, was setting those fastest laps after fastest laps as the race went on, and continues to just break away at the front of the field by a staggering 6.1 seconds at the end. There you saw Oliver Klepek. He was there in 2nd place at the sharp end of that race, would later tumble down to 4th place. Not the result he would have wanted. This was Ava Dorrington trying to get those moves done in towards turn number 1, would later get it done and up into 2nd place later on in the race with this cheeky little move down the inside at turn number 7. Little bit of oversteer, but the job was done at that point. Zainal Hermazani, the fight that we wanted to see, unfortunately didn't arise. His chance to start on pole position in the final taken away from him during this race as he finished that one in P6, and he loses out on a front row start as well, which will see Matic Victor take those honours starting alongside Nilsson, El Homazani and Goodshow. Will lock out the 2nd row of the grid as he managed to gain 10 places over the course of that race to put it in 3rd place. That would be enough to start him on the outside of row number 2 tomorrow in that final, and that is a great achievement for Goodshow after he's been starting these races all the way down on the 7th row of the grid. It's a huge promotion going into that final. Well, for all of these drivers, it was all a case of trying to catch up to that man there, Zach Tucker, who had done enough to take the P1 win away from the rest of the field, but not enough to take the P1 spot for the final. Only can best a P5 and will start on the 3rd row of that grid. But what a way to end his racing here today on Saturday, as it all falls down to the racing tomorrow. You're going to have to wait a bit of time though for that one, as it starts with the junior and senior B finals. That will see their last races, that will see the bottom groups in that intermediate classification drop down. The finals themselves starting at around 20 to 2 local time, kick-starting with the juniors and seniors, who will be crowned the first ever FIA Karting Arrive and Drive World Cup winners here in Malaysia. Well, in about just under 18 hours time, we will find out. From myself, Anthony Jordan, will say a big thank you to all the media staff out there to bring you these live pictures, and of course to the amazing officials and marshals out on circuit that have braced those challenging conditions. From us, it's goodbye, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.